Chapter 704. Angus smiled bitterly as he stared at the soul in the crystal pillar. He then took a deep breath and mocked himself. Do I have any other choice? Obviously no. I do need someone to manage this wizard tower, but that person may not be you. So, you'd better make your choice quickly. Andre destroyed the bald wizard's last bit of delusion without any expression. Under the control of absolute rationality, all his human nature and emotions were suppressed to the limit. He could only make the judgment that was most beneficial to himself based on the situation. Angus felt this extremely cold will. At the same time, he also knew that he was now in the wizard tower and had no room to bargain at all. In desperation, he could only take out the dagger that he always carried with him and gently cut a small wound on his wrist, letting the bright red blood drip into the elemental pool. He muttered in a low voice, "Blood as a guide. I swear on my soul that I will always be loyal to the master of the wizard tower until the end of my life." As soon as he finished speaking, the colorful elemental pool instantly released a dazzling red light. The wound that was originally only 1 centimeter long seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and quickly spread across the entire forearm. It gradually formed a complicated and exquisite pattern, followed by scabs little by little, and finally disappeared completely. As the master of the wizard tower, Andre immediately sensed that a person's soul was closely connected with the wizard tower itself. He nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. It seems that you've made the right choice. In return, I'll grant you the right and status in this wizard tower, second only to me. You'll be in charge of all affairs when I'm not around. Now, help me clean up the interior. Especially Gerald Jenkinson's loyal followers, none of them can be left alive." After saying that, he stretched out his right hand and gently tapped on Angus's bald head. The rune that symbolized the arcane eye immediately disappeared into it. Angus was not an idiot. He understood that this was the other party giving him the authority to control the mage tower. Thus, he obediently lowered his head, showing respect and submission. Since things had already developed to this point, the so-called dignity was already worthless. He might as well put on a humble front as soon as possible so that he could obtain more benefits in the future. However, he obviously did not know that all his hidden secrets had been exposed through the rune just now. Angus, real name, Walter Brimner, gender, male race, human alignment, lawful evil attributes, strength, 8 agility, 10 physique, 11 intelligence, 17 perception, 13 charm, 12 profession. Goral's Mage, Level 9 Incantation Mastery, HP, 33/41, Light Injury, Special Abilities, Curse Type Mastery, increases spell slots by 1 per level, and increases the power of Curse Type Arcane spells. Magic Tattoo, Anywhere Door, a special skill of Wizard Goral's, inherited from the ancient magic civilization. It can store any spell through the tattoo. Each time it is used, it will consume 1 spell slot of the corresponding level. The Anywhere Door is used for short-distance teleportation. It can help mages escape from danger quickly. Magic Pet, Raven. Looking at the feedback from his retina, the corner of Andre's mouth curled up slightly. His only eye that was exposed to the air was glowing. He stared at the bald mage for a full minute before he asked in a teasing tone, "Interesting, very interesting. Do you think I should call you Walter Brimner or Angus now? As far as I know, the Goral's kingdom is at least 2,000 nautical miles away from the Sardinia Islands. As one of them, why have you appeared in Valen City? Is there some unspeakable secret?" The Goral's kingdom, also known as the Fairy Kingdom, meant successor in the common language. After the destruction of the ancient magic civilization, they unintentionally discovered the remains of a floating city that had fallen from the sky. They unearthed countless magical knowledge and technology from it, quickly growing into a colossus that frightened the surrounding countries. It was said that with the power of 7 million subjects, they supported close to 2,000 official mages and 10,000 acolytes. The terrifying army of constructs could take down any of their neighbors in just a few days. However, it was a pity that this power was not united. Instead, it was divided into several factions that constantly fought amongst themselves, dragged others down, and fought for resources. Furthermore, the great druids in the Tavern Forest were hostile towards them for their destruction of nature. Large numbers of treants, animals, and elementals were summoned to attack them from time to time, causing the entire kingdom to be unable to expand greatly. Andre didn't quite understand. The Goral's kingdom had such abundant resources, so why would this guy in front of him run to such a remote island? It was as suspicious as someone with great wealth and a noble title sneaking into the streets and alleys to be a hooligan. You? How did you know? Having his secret exposed, Angus was so shocked that he couldn't even speak properly. His body couldn't help but tremble. He dared to swear on his life that ever since he left his hometown, he had never mentioned anything about his past to anyone. Even prophecy magic couldn't pry into it so clearly. Haha, how I know isn't important. What's important is that there won't be any unnecessary misunderstandings between us. You need to give me an explanation. In fact, Andre didn't care at all about what Angus had done in the past, let alone whether he had escaped or not. He only wanted to confirm the course of events so that he could ascertain the possible risk. Touching his bald head, Angus couldn't help but sigh. Since you already know, there's no harm in telling you. I killed someone in the Goral's kingdom who shouldn't have been killed. As a result, I attracted the revenge of my enemies. In order to survive, I had to try my best to escape as far as possible. Otherwise, if I were to be caught, it would be 100 times worse than death. Don't worry, I've been living in seclusion here for 5 years. The possibility of being discovered isn't high. Andre nodded thoughtfully. This answer wasn't out of his expectations. Moreover, the two places were more than 2,000 nautical miles apart. Even if Angus had great power in the Goral's kingdom, it was impossible for him to reach all the way to the Sardinia Islands. He could tell that Angus's ambition was not great. He only wanted to avoid the pursuit of his enemies and continue on the path of magic until one day he had enough power. Only then would he resolutely step on the path of returning home. In other words, this guy wasn't a threat at all. On the contrary, he was extremely useful. After all, the magic education system in the Goral's kingdom was far more successful than the southern city-state. He was an extremely rare talent, at least in Valen City. Chapter 705. No matter when and where, talents were always the most desirable thing for those in power. No matter how much they had, they would never be satisfied. Andre knew very well that he could not stay in this remote and desolate archipelago forever, so he had to find a capable and relatively reliable person to help manage this simple mage tower. In particular, the elemental pool was the core part of the mage tower. Its value was beyond imagination, and no one in the southern city-states could make it. Gerald Jenkinson once said that a mage tower was a mage's home, sanctuary, research center, and fortress. Its status and value were irreplaceable. As a mage, Andre would have to build his own mage tower one day. When that time came, the elemental pool used to store energy would become an indispensable thing. Therefore, no matter what, there could not be any problems here. Otherwise, he might not be able to buy it even if he had the money. Therefore, after much consideration, he decided to take the risk and give it a try. So, he said to the uneasy Angus, "Well, since you don't want to talk about your past, I don't want to continue asking. Now, I'll give you an hour to clean up all the people who are in my way. After an hour, I don't want to see anyone who dares to defy my will." "You mean, kill them all?" Angus opened his mouth wide in surprise, as if he had heard an unbelievable order. One had to know that there were very few mages in the entire southern region, and every one of them was very precious. Unless they had committed an unforgivable crime, they would usually be imprisoned at most, or forced to sign a harsh magic contract. Killing them all was very rare. There were not many official mages in the Sardinia archipelago to begin with, and the number of apprentices was also pitifully small. If a great purge was carried out, it would definitely shake the foundation, and might even cause the mage tower to not be able to operate normally. That's right, kill them all, leave no one alive. Remember, I don't like to leave any trouble behind, so clean your hands and feet. If necessary, I authorize you to mobilize the golems. After saying that, Andrei raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The entire mage tower was instantly enveloped by a layer of invisible membrane. All the teleportation spells were ineffective. The people outside could not enter, and the people inside could not leave. You're crazy. Well, I'll take care of all this according to your request. Angus licked his dry lips, turned around, and disappeared into the corridor outside. When he went out, he also took the golem guarding the door with him. He understood that he needed to use blood and slaughter to gain the other party's trust. He had no other choice but to obey from head to toe. In fact, from the moment the acid arrow was shot into his mouth, he already knew how cruel and ruthless Andrei was to his enemies. Andrei would either not do anything or go all out. Angus didn't want to make an enemy out of such a person, nor did he dare to make an enemy out of such a person. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to sacrifice Gerald Jenkinson's disciples and trusted followers. In the short span of half an hour, a level 3 wizard, 3 apprentices, 2 servants, and a manager in charge of purchasing items had all been punched in the chest by the golem without any warning, turning into cold corpses. They didn't even have the chance to resist, and the remaining people were all escorted to the central control room to await their fate. Quick, decisive, and merciless, Angus used his own practical actions to prove what a qualified subordinate was, and what an excellent lackey was. Of course, you couldn't expect such a person to have any principles, integrity, or loyalty. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to live a better life. As long as the enemy's strength was enough to threaten his life, he might betray them immediately. Looking at the crowd standing in the empty hall trembling with fear, Andrei had a faint smile on his face. He then threw the ring that stored the rejection spell to the bald wizard and praised him. Well done, this is your reward. I've never been a stingy person. As long as you work hard, I promise you'll get a generous reward. Thank you for your generosity. It's my honor to serve you. Angus bowed deeply, showing unprecedented respect and submission in front of everyone. He was not a fool. He recognized at a glance that the ring was the one that Gerald usually wore on his finger. Its value was self-evident. He had definitely made a big profit this time. Benefits were always the best lubricant in the communication between people. It could not only turn former allies into enemies, but also turn enemies who hated each other into allies. After figuring out the function of the ring, Angus, who was forced to carry out the cleansing order, even had a terrifying thought that it would be good to serve such a person. After all, as a 9th-level wizard, he couldn't cast a 6th-level arcane spell at all. Now that he had unexpectedly obtained a ring that stored a 6th-level arcane spell, it would be strange if he didn't go wild with joy. Ignoring the fierce struggle in Angus' heart, Andrei glanced at the remaining 20 or so people in the tower with his sharp eyes. Among them were wizards, apprentices, and servants. When they entered the door, they had already seen the body of Gerald Jenkinson and understood what had happened. Although they were full of fear at the beginning, after thinking about the cause and effect, they were no longer afraid. Some of the smarter ones began to lower their heads slightly, trying to make themselves look as respectful as possible. As soon as the young man in front of them opened his mouth, they would immediately kneel down and pledge their loyalty. As the saying goes, those who are righteous are mostly butchers, while those who are unfaithful are mostly scholars. The smarter a person was, the more reasonable a person was, the more he would not joke about his own life. Unless they wanted to gain more benefits for their family or their descendants through death, they would definitely submit to the strong at the first moment. After confirming that there were no hostile eyes in the crowd, Andre nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Very good. It seems that you have all made your choice. Then I don't need to say any more nonsense. Remember, I'm the owner of this wizard tower from now on. If I'm not here, you have to obey Angus's orders. If anyone dares to secretly disobey, I don't mind letting him taste torture more terrible than death. Do you understand?" Yes. Everyone on the scene responded loudly in unison. No one dared to say a word of no, and no one dared to stand up and resist. Gerald Jenkinson and his cronies were already dead. For the rest of the people, it was just a change of master. As long as it didn't infringe on their own interests, why would they stand up for others? Without much effort, Andre brought the entire wizard tower under his control. The next thing he had to do was to check the inventory so that he could know what to do. Chapter 706. Sir, according to our analysis, there is only 42% of the energy stored in the elemental pool, which is only enough to release 500 rank 3 Arcana techniques, 250 rank 4 Arcana techniques, 125 rank 5 Arcana techniques, 62 rank 6 Arcana techniques. Sir, in the basement warehouse, there are 456,300 gold coins, 1,600,000 silver coins, 15 kilograms of mithril, 3 kilograms of adamantine, 2 kilograms of shade steel, and more than 1,000 gems. There are also wood, clay, bones, steel, and stone that can be used to make magic traps. There are too many types of spellcasting materials to count, but according to the daily consumption, it can last for at least 15 years. Sir, we have sufficient food reserves. Staple foods such as flour and oats, salt, olive oil, spices, and other condiments, we have everything you need. Fresh vegetables and fruits can be cultivated through the Arcane garden, and meat and eggs can be provided by the corral. Even if we completely cut off all contact with the outside world, we can still ensure a healthy diet for 50 people. Your Excellency, there are currently 600 books related to magic, 1,400 books related to biology, geography, poetry, stories, miscellaneous books, and more. The total number of spells is over 60. The Arcane Garden, the Binding Room, the Explosion Room, the Library, the Exploration Room, the Sealing Room, the Workshop, and other special rooms are all normal. The Magic Portal is also ready for your use at any time. Rich. Too rich. This wizard tower that had been supported by the pirates for hundreds of years was indeed a huge treasure trove, enough to make anyone go crazy. As the reports reverberated in the central control room, Andre finally understood why the heroes in the bard stories were always able to obtain unimaginable wealth and treasures from the wizard tower after defeating the evil wizard. As the lair of a high-ranked wizard, the wizard tower stored all of the wizard's wealth and resources. It was completely designed according to the requirements of not having to step out of the door for decades, or even centuries. If they needed clean water, they could open a passage to the outside world. If they needed food, they could cultivate it through the Arcane Garden. If they needed to purchase rare materials, they just had to adjust the coordinates of the teleportation portal, and they could appear in any known market in the world in the blink of an eye. It was said that some wizards even satisfied their physiological needs with something called the pleasure golem, similar to an electric blow-up doll in another world. It was simply crazy. Even though this was only the lowest level mage tower, it had all the necessary functions. Moreover, it was hidden deep underground, so even if there was a typhoon or a tsunami outside, there was no need to worry. Sitting on the chair that originally belonged to Gerald Jenkinson, Andre held his chin and connected his spirit with the wizard tower. He felt the surging energy in the elemental pool, felt the unactivated traps and mechanisms in the tunnel, and felt the large number of monsters that he could summon with just a thought. He finally knew how risky the assassination plan was. If there was even the slightest mistake, he would be the one dead now. Of course, this was all in the past. Andre was never a person who liked to dwell on the past, so after attributing it to fate, he stopped thinking about it. However, this fate was somewhat different from the fate that most people in the world understood. He believed that life was living and luck was luck. First, one had to be alive and then there would be luck. This was the fate in his eyes. It was very simple and easy to understand. It was not an illusory thing. In the short battle with Gerald, André survived, so naturally, he was more favored by fate than his opponent. That was all. Powerful power was always particularly intoxicating, especially the huge amount of energy stored in the elemental pool, which gave André an illusion of omnipotence. Just when he was about to sink into it and could not extricate himself, he suddenly heard a baby crying. He opened his eyes and saw Alfred holding the little succubus at the door of the room. The little succubus's young face was full of embarrassment and helplessness. The boy took a deep breath and gathered his courage to explain, "I'm very sorry to disturb you, but this little one has been crying for more than an hour. I think she seems to be hungry, so I want to find some milk or porridge." "Haha, relax, child. I should be the one apologizing. I was so busy just now that I forgot that you and this little one haven't eaten yet. To make up for this mistake, I've decided to treat you to a good meal. Tell me, what do you want to eat? I'll ask the kitchen to prepare it for you right away. Besides, the little one in your arms doesn't need milk or porridge. What she needs is desire, the desire that comes from the primitive instincts of human beings." After saying that, André winked at the female mage behind him. The latter quickly took 2 steps forward, took the little succubus from the boy's arms, and brought her directly to her room without saying a word. After a while, there was a rapid panting in the room. When the little succubus heard the panting, she immediately stopped crying, opened her mouth, and inhaled the invisible desire into her stomach. In just a few minutes, she showed a satisfied smile. Succubi were born from the desire of human beings, so they mainly fed on desire. Only the process of producing desire could satisfy their tricky appetite, and lust happened to be one of the easiest desires to create. Alfred did not know what kind of food the little succubus needed to eat, and André did not intend to let an underage child know for the time being, so he did not explain much. He just pointed to the chair opposite him and motioned for him to sit down. Then, he gestured to the mirror placed in the room, and soon, a sumptuous meal was served on the table. This is too luxurious. Are we the only ones eating?" Alfred asked, dumbfounded as he looked at the exquisite dishes on the table. He could not believe that he was stealing and begging on the streets last night, and today, he could sit in a luxurious room and enjoy the most delicious food. The change in his life came too quickly, too suddenly, and he was somewhat at a loss. "No, this is just your dinner. Enjoy it. I still have something to do, so I need to leave for a few hours. Rest early after you're done eating. We'll talk about the matter of learning magic tomorrow." After saying that, André stood up and patted the boy's shoulder lightly. Then, he lowered his voice and said to Angus, "I'll leave everything in the wizard tower to you for the time being. Remember 2 things. First, after I leave, no one is allowed to get in touch with the outside world. Second, stop all large-scale experiments for a while, and replenish the elemental pool as much as possible. If anyone dares to try to get in touch with the outside world, then immediately suppress them with thunderous means, even if it means killing them to establish your authority." Chapter 707. The bald wizard nodded solemnly. "Understood. I'll arrange things according to the wartime situation. You'd better be careful. The rat folk have always been fickle, and they might play some tricks during the negotiations." It doesn't matter if they play tricks or not. Now that things have developed to this point, victory is already within my grasp. Whether it's the rat folk or the underground guilds, they're all fish on the chopping board. I can eat them whenever I want. The only thing I need to be wary of are the pirates guarding the highest point of the castle. After gaining complete control of the wizard tower, André had become one of the most powerful forces in the archipelago. He could even use destructive magic to wipe out the rat folk and the underground guilds from this world in a matter of minutes. The reason he didn't do so was because he didn't want to cause too much damage to the citizens of the city, and also because he didn't want to alert the pirates in advance and cause them to give up on the decisive battle with the navy of Lincoln and return prematurely. If he lost the huge pirate fleet, he wouldn't be able to launch a counterattack on Bakarov and wouldn't be able to gain enough prestige and capital. The entire plan would lose its original purpose. Tactics were always in service of strategy. If the cart was reversed, then even a glorious victory wouldn't be able to change the overall situation. Angus wasn't too clear about Andre's plan, but he knew that as long as he controlled the wizard tower, he would be in an invincible position. He placed a hand on his chest and bowed. "In that case, please allow me to wish you a safe journey." Andre smiled and waved his hand, walking towards the teleportation gate without looking back. He disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Less than 2 seconds after he left, Angus was like a deflated balloon, slumping to the ground without a care for his image. He muttered to himself, "Phew! Damn it! He's a monster! How can a young man who's not even 20 years old have such great strength and terrifying aura?" As a level 9 wizard, he could feel the formless energy ring around Andre more clearly than anyone else in the tower. Even though he didn't know what it was definitely a terrifying power. His defensive magic couldn't resist it at all. Respect. Regardless of whether he admitted it or not, this bald mage from the Gore's kingdom had developed a strong sense of respect for Andre from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps if this continued for a while, the reverence would slowly turn into submission, just like how every powerful mage had countless followers, and he would eventually become one of them. Orire was a world where power reigned supreme. From the commoners and beggars to the nobles and kings, even the gods would look at those with great power in a new light. If an ordinary person poached in the territory of a noble, what awaited him was likely to be chopped off, stomped on, or even hanged. But if a professionist poached, he would only have to pay a small fine. If it were priests, mages, warlocks, druids, and other such casters, they probably wouldn't even have to pay the fine. Moreover, they would even be invited by the nobles and become the guests of honor at the banquet. In this primitive and barbaric society, power was law, power was order, power was class, and power was everything. The starry sky at night was always so beautiful, filling people with endless fanciful thoughts. Coupled with the beautiful scenery of the sea and the pleasant sound of the tide, even the rude and irascible barbarians or dwarves would quietly sit down and enjoy the beauty of nature. But unfortunately, old Bernie wasn't in the mood to enjoy anything. His 2 eyes were fixed on the hourglass hanging on the mast. The sand at the top was only the size of a fingernail, and it wouldn't be long before it all fell down. Waiting for a long time always made people feel inexplicably irritable. A burly man following beside the Rat King finally couldn't bear it and used his fist to fiercely smash the guardrail. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Bastard! It's been so long and we haven't even seen a shadow, they must be playing with us." "Bah! I've said it before, the people outside can't be trusted. They only know how to use us, and after they've used us, they'll throw us away like trash." Another burly man also spat and loudly echoed. From the appearance and body shape of the two, it could be seen that they were related by blood. It was very likely that they were a group of brothers. It was just that when they were growing, all the nutrients were concentrated on their bones and muscles and not their brains. "Shut up. Don't be so careless. It's not time yet. Don't let outsiders see us as a joke." Old Bernie, who was also extremely irritable, scolded his subordinates in a low voice. He was very clear that the long period of isolation had caused his tribe to hold an intense hostility towards the outside world. They believed that apart from their brothers and sisters in the tribe, everyone else was a scoundrel, and this intense hostility was like a cage, isolating the rat men from the ordinary citizens of the city. There wasn't the slightest bit of trust between them. Without a doubt, this wasn't a good sign. Anyone with the slightest bit of intelligence knew that isolation meant opposition, and opposition meant bloodshed and conflict. As a minority of the rat men, if they couldn't integrate into the majority of the people, then sooner or later, they would truly become a rat crossing the street that everyone wanted to beat up. Just as old Bernie was beginning to consider whether or not to use the information in his hands to reach a compromise with the underground guild, a slight tremor suddenly appeared on the deck. Following that, a white light appeared out of thin air. From the center of the white light, a person slowly walked out. It was the guest that he had been waiting for a long time. "Good evening, I hope I'm not late. Because I just happened to be dealing with a very important matter, so I was delayed a bit. I hope you guys didn't wait too long." Andre, who had passed through the magic portal, smiled and bowed, politely greeting them. Although his overly young and handsome face still looked a bit immature, the aura he displayed made the two burly men very nervous, and they both tightly gripped the weapons hanging at their waists. The Rat King glanced at the hourglass hanging on the mast, and saw that the last grain of sand had just fallen. The corner of his mouth twitched unnaturally, and he pretended to be careless as he spread out his hands. "No, you're not late. The time is just right. May I ask, what is the important matter you're referring to?" "Of course, no problem. But before that, I think we should first reach an agreement between us. After all, some information needs to be kept secret, and I will only share it with my friends." As he spoke, Andre ignored the hostile gazes of the two men around him, and openly sat down across from old Bernie. Chapter 708. Some people said that negotiation was a game of intelligence, while others said that negotiation was a battle of the mind. Regardless of the understanding, it was destined to be filled with mutual deception. Both parties involved in the negotiation had to conceal their thoughts as much as possible. Otherwise, once the other party grasped their weakness, the entire negotiation process would be extremely passive. As a soul that came from the era of information explosion, Andre had already participated in countless business negotiations. He had even studied a few books on psychology. Therefore, with a simple observation of the old man's behavior, expression, and movements, he could easily determine that the other party was putting on an act. His heart was probably filled with anger and anxiety. It was just that he was rather shrewd, and didn't immediately act out. Old Bernie obviously didn't know this, as he asked with a ruminating smile. "Oh? Then how can I become your friend or ally?" Andre smiled as he shrugged his shoulders. "Very simple. First, you have to find a common point of interest. Then, you have to come to an agreement. Finally, you have to join my faction and become a part of my plan. You should be very clear that I have always treated you and your clan in a friendly manner. Moreover, we have a common enemy. As long as we work together, it won't be long before we can completely overthrow the rule of the underground guilds and bring a new order to this chaotic and evil city." "Friendly? Ha 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 ha. That's the most ironic joke I've ever heard." Old Bernie suddenly laughed out loud without warning. As he laughed, he gave a look to his subordinate beside him. The latter quickly went into the cabin, and after a while, he pulled out a person wrapped in a black cloth bag from head to toe. Old Bernie unceremoniously kicked the person in the bag, his eyes revealing a trace of anger. He immediately stood up and roared loudly. "You actually have the nerve to say the word friendly? Do you know who's inside this box? A little bitch who dares to trick my grandson into attacking the underground guilds. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, then I don't mind throwing her into the sea to feed the sharks." His current malevolent expression was like that of an old lion that was continuously baring its teeth at the enemy in order to protect its cub. It looked both dangerous and crazy. However, Andre obviously didn't put this verbal threat in his eyes. He knocked on the almost rotten wooden table and indifferently replied, "What is this, a threat? No. This is only a warning. I'm warning you and your people to stay away from my tribe. The real threat is yet to come." As he spoke, old Bernie waved his hand at the two burly men beside him. The two men immediately rushed forward and tore off the black sack, revealing a dying woman. It was the Catwoman, Mia. She looked like she had been beaten up. There were bruises and whip marks all over her body. Her originally beautiful and charming face was swollen like a piece of bread. Although her clothes and pants were tattered, there were no signs of her being violated. Perhaps it was because she felt the coolness of the sea breeze. Mia slowly woke up from her coma. She forced her eyes open and vaguely recognized Andre's appearance. She immediately begged in a hoarse voice, "Master, I'm very sorry. My plan failed. Please, save me. I don't want to die. Don't worry, good girl. You'll be fine, I promise." Andre extended his hand and gently stroked the feline girl's swollen face as he consoled her in a gentle voice. "Promise? Ha 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 ha. I want to know what promise you have. Don't forget, this little bitch is still in my hands. As long as I give the order, she will immediately be thrown into the sea. Don't tell me you want to snatch her away?" Old Bernie opened his mouth and laughed loudly in an arrogant manner. Perhaps he felt that he had the absolute advantage, so he finally revealed the wild nature hidden deep in his heart. The kind smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a ruthless and ferocious expression. "With just you?" Andre sneered with disdain. He directly took out a level 5 Death Cloud scroll from the scroll box and released it at the sea not far away. A brown poisonous gas spread out in just a few seconds. Wherever it passed, large amounts of fish and prawns floated up and rolled their eyes. At a glance, there were densely packed corpses, making one's scalp tingle. As a classic large-scale killing spell, the Death Cloud spell was far more terrifying than fireballs and lightning. Especially the magic energy contained in the poisonous cloud, which was enough to kill creatures with weak vitality in the blink of an eye. They wouldn't even have a chance to resist. If it was combined with grease or spiderweb, it could wipe out an army of hundreds of people at once. It was like a different world's version of chemical weapons. Even a feudal knight would be seriously injured if he breathed in just a little bit. Professionals below level 5 had no chance of surviving at all. The terrifying lethality far exceeded any known poisonous gas on Earth. It would take less than a second to kill an ordinary person. The effect of the Death Cloud spell made old Bernie's expression instantly freeze. The pupils in his eyes rapidly contracted, enlarged, contracted, and enlarged again. His two hands subconsciously clenched into fists and trembled non-stop. Sweat flowed down from his forehead without stopping. After a full minute, a trace of a bitter smile appeared on his old face. "You win. Let that girl go." One of the brawny men was obviously not convinced. He shouted loudly, "Leader, you don't have to back down. Although the power of the spell is strong, this kid is only one person. I don't believe that he can withstand the siege of so many of us. Besides," before he could finish speaking, old Bernie immediately jumped up from his chair and fiercely slapped him in the face. He sternly scolded, "Shut up! Let that girl go immediately! This is an order. I'm not dead yet. It's not up to you to give orders." All of the rat men on the boat were stunned. They had never seen their leader lose his temper like this, and they had never seen their leader hit one of their own. Seeing such an interesting scene, Andre slapped the table and laughed loudly. He didn't care about the rat men's murderous gazes and their heavy breathing. He said in a mocking tone, "This is the tribe you're so proud of? A bunch of brainless idiots? You don't need to worry about my people," old Bernie retorted angrily. Then, he snatched Mia from the hands of the dumbfounded man and pushed her forward. "She's yours." "Wise choice." Andre hugged the cat girl and quickly took out a bottle of healing potion from his waist pouch and poured it down her throat. Soon, she let out a slight groan and struggled to stand up. She didn't say a word and waited for her punishment. Chapter 709. In reality, even though Mia's injuries looked serious, they were actually all superficial wounds. Her own internal organs were slightly bleeding. Even without any healing medicine, she would at most be able to recover after lying in bed for 2 days. Aurere's professions, especially close combat professions, had physical fitness and recovery abilities far surpassing those of Earth's professional athlete. Many warriors and knights had their stomachs ripped open by their enemies in fierce battles. In serious cases, their intestines spilled all over the ground. But after the battle ended, as long as they took care of it a little, they would be able to recover after lying in bed for 10 days to half a month. Mia's profession was an assassin. Even though her recovery ability couldn't compare to a warrior or knight, it still wasn't too bad. Add to that the special physique of a werbeast, and she wasn't much of a hindrance now. Compared to the wounds on her body, she was more worried about what kind of punishment she would receive if she failed the mission. It must be known that regardless of whether it was Shadow Net or Uhtred, they were extremely strict towards failures. Even the lightest punishment would be much worse than the current situation. However, Andrei clearly didn't want to punish his own subordinate. This was because he clearly understood that even though Mia could be considered an expert in scheming and infiltrating, she wasn't on the same level as the old and shrewd Rat King. It wouldn't be strange at all for her to slip up and be caught. After a short round of confrontation, the deck sunk into a deathly stillness. It was as if everyone had lost the interest to speak. The situation suddenly became tense and oppressive. The unlucky bastard who had been slapped suffered a huge blow. He lowered his head and stood to the side, sulking. Looking at the large amount of dead fish floating on the surface of the sea, old Bernie faintly sighed. He fished out a dirty piece of parchment from his bosom and directly pushed it forward. "Take a look. I hope you can give me a satisfactory condition after looking at it. Otherwise, I will hand it over to the Underground Guild. I believe that group of badly battered leaders will definitely be willing to tolerate us for a few more decades." Andrei took it and gave it a glance. He discovered that it was a full list of ShadowNet's members. There were no less than 30 of them, and all of them were mid-level leaders. Beside them were even the identities and professions they used to disguise themselves. It was simply more clear than him, the Net Weaver. Old Bernie noticed a flash of surprise in Andrei's eyes. He asked in a tired tone, "How is it? Are you scared?" "To be honest, I was also shocked when I received this information. I didn't expect a spider like you, who was hiding in the dark, to have quietly weaved a huge net. No wonder you were confident in overthrowing the rule of the pirates and the guilds over the Sardinia Islands. Unfortunately, this net could only display its greatest power when others couldn't see it. Once it was exposed, it would immediately suffer a swift and violent attack from the enemy. I have no intention of being your enemy, but I also don't want to be a pawn that you can use." "Haha, scared? No, not at all." Andrei threw the parchment in his hand onto the table and shook his head with a smile. "My tolerance isn't that bad. Besides, this list has already lost its original value. Even if you give it to the guild leader, you won't be able to salvage anything. As for what you said about not wanting to be a chess piece, I can only say that you are naive. Too naive. The essence of the world is the survival of the fittest. The strong dominate the weak, the nobles dominate the commoners, and the carnivores dominate the herbivores. This is the universal law of nature. Even though some gods of the good camp have always been conveying the concept of justice, equality, and freedom, do you really think that this is possible? They can't even be equal and just themselves. Can a god be equal to a mortal? Obviously not. The life forms of the two are on completely different levels. The former is an immortal who holds terrifying power, while the latter will turn into a pile of dirt in a short 100 years. If you don't want to be a chess piece of someone else, you must first have the power to be a chess player. Otherwise, even if I don't use you, others will. Before I formally state my conditions, let me ask you something. Do you and your tribe have the awareness of being a chess piece? If you do, then let's continue the discussion. If not, then I'm sorry, but the negotiation ends here. I have no need, and no obligation, to waste time on a group of self-righteous idiots. With that, Andre leaned back in his chair and silently waited for the other party's reply. Perhaps before seizing the wizard tower, he would have slightly accommodated the rat men in order to make up for the disadvantage in numbers. But now, whatever these guys could do, the wizard tower could do as well. They were like chicken ribs, tasteless, but a pity to throw them away. Old Bernie didn't expect to receive such a tough reply after taking out his trump card. He was completely stunned. Because this wasn't a negotiation at all. Instead, it was more like an ultimatum. He didn't take him seriously at all. He tried to find traces of bravado in Andre's eyes and expression, but unfortunately, his right eye that wasn't covered by the blindfold only revealed coldness. A coldness that came from the heart, as if he didn't care about anything around him. As an old man who had experienced too many hardships, old Bernie believed that if he dared to say half a word of no, the poisonous cloud that had just killed countless fishes and prawns would immediately envelop the heads of his tribe. There were no mages among the rat men, and they couldn't afford to support mages. However, this didn't mean that they didn't understand the power of mages. During the rebellion several decades ago, it was the members of the secret mage tower who had dealt them a fatal blow. Their terrifying fireballs, lightning bolts, and magic hailstones had killed countless ratmen. Their blood had dyed the sea red, and their corpses had even blocked the drains used for drainage. The power of arcane magic was like a curse that suppressed the rat men's heads. This was also the reason why they didn't dare to act rashly for decades. After being silent for a long time, old Bernie took a deep breath, as if he had made a decision. He raised his head and asked, "If I'm willing to become a chess piece, what kind of promise can you give me?" The corner of Andre's mouth rose slightly, and he replied with a smile, "A lot. To be exact, a lot. I can guarantee that as long as the rat men follow my rules and laws, they can live under the sun like normal people. They can do whatever they want without having to hide or worry about the safety of their family. Of course, there's no free lunch in this world. If you want to get something, you have to pay a price. I believe you understand this. Can you tell me what the price is?" Old Bernie's eyes widened as he continued to ask. Andre stood up and put his mouth next to the old man's ear. With a voice that only the two of them could hear, he said, "The price is death. You and your loyal subordinates must all disappear after this turmoil ends. The future I promised will only be left for the young." Chapter 710. Old Bernie wasn't afraid of death. In this world where the average lifespan was less than 35 years old, he was already considered a rare old man. The only thing he was worried about was the tribe that he had built and developed. To him, living wasn't for enjoyment, nor was it for power. It was a responsibility, a very heavy responsibility that made it hard for him to breathe. For so many years, just feeding those hungry mouths was enough to make him worry. In addition, the underground guild was pressuring him step by step. Living was almost equivalent to suffering. Now that he suddenly heard that someone wanted to take his life, he was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed out loud happily. "Ha ha 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 ha. Interesting, this is really interesting. Do you know? I've been waiting for this sentence for more than 20 years. Today, I finally got it. No problem, I'm willing to bear this price. But before that, you have to let me see your trump card. You should know that I can only stand on the side of the winner." Of course, a very reasonable request. But I have a lot of trump cards. Which one do you want to see? Andre also laughed and joked. He could feel that the old man in front of him wasn't joking. He really didn't care about death. He didn't hesitate at all, just like the famous bard Flamel Kingfisher described in his poem. Death was never the end, but the beginning of another great adventure. A true warrior would never fear death. When death came, they would gladly accept it and not try to escape. In fact, because of the existence of faith and the gods, the people of Oriar had a tendency of two extremes in their view of death. Some of the people who lived in relatively superior living conditions often tried to live longer so that they could enjoy everything in the material world as much as possible. Most of them were either nobles, rich merchants, or senior professionals. Their attitude towards the gods was also reverence, avoiding worship. On the contrary, some people who lived at the bottom of society didn't have any attachment to the material world. They put everything they had on faith, hoping that after death they could live a happy life in the kingdom of the god. So, the more painful it was, the more they didn't fear death. They even saw death as a kind of relief. It was clear that old Bernie was one of the latter. He waved his hand at his subordinates, indicating for them to leave. Not long after, there were only 3 people left on the deck of the boat: him, André, and the silent Mia. With a self-deprecating laugh, old Bernie was the first to break the silence. He pointed at the sea of dead fish and asked, "I want to know, how many spells like this can you release? Are you talking about the 5th level spell, Cloud of Death?" André furrowed his brows in confusion. He didn't understand why the other party was asking this. Was he trying to figure out his level? Death Cloud spell? It turned out that this name really lived up to its name. "That's right, that's what I'm talking about." Old Bernie nodded without thinking. Death Cloud is a level 5 spell. Only mages of the 9th rank and above can learn and cast it. As you can see, its large-scale lethality is unparalleled. With my own strength, I can only release 2 at most. However, a mage's power doesn't completely come from their own bodies, but rather from their wisdom and knowledge. If I don't care about the cost, I can absolutely cover half of Valen City with the Cloud of Death. I don't know if this answer satisfies you. In order to let an old man who had never systematically come into contact with magic understand the power he possessed, André gave a more detailed explanation. This was because he was very clear that even though a mage's true strength wasn't in their ability to kill, in the eyes of many ordinary people, the most powerful and frightening part of a mage was their spells that could occasionally kill people. Half of the city? Old Bernie instantly jumped up from his chair when he heard this description. He exclaimed in disbelief, How is this possible? Don't tell me you can kill all your enemies in one go?" Looking at the shocked expression on the old man's face, André smiled and shrugged as he explained, "More or less. I've just seized the wizard tower hidden under the city earlier today, and I've also killed Gerald Jenkinson while I was at it. Perhaps you still don't understand what this means, so let me explain a little. You can think of a mage as a basin of water. Every time you release a spell, you need to consume a portion of the water from the basin. The higher the mage's level, the more water there will be in the basin. In the end, it might even become a wooden bucket or a water tank. But a mage tower is different. It's like a well, a river, or even a lake. It constantly absorbs the surrounding energy to replenish itself. Once a mage has a mage tower, it means that they can continuously add water to their basin. As long as the mage tower's energy isn't exhausted, the mage can release spells without limit. Old Bernie obviously knew of the existence of the hidden mage tower, and was also very clear of the mage tower's power. He muttered to himself with a trembling voice, "Oh my God, since you've already grasped such great power, why do you still want to negotiate, right?" Before he could finish speaking, André added the second half of the sentence. "Yes, why don't you just get rid of the Underground Guild? I believe that with the Mage Tower's power, it shouldn't be too hard to kill a bunch of guys who don't even have a spellcaster, right?" As he spoke, a trace of doubt appeared in old Bernie's eyes. No, my dear friend. You have to understand that pure slaughter can't solve all problems. What I want is order. I want Valen City, and even the entire Sardinia Islands to be completely taken over. In particular, there can't be any mishaps with the pirates' enormous fleet. In order to achieve this goal, I'm willing to compromise and share the fruits of victory with my allies. Perhaps you'll think I'm lying if I say this, so let's see for ourselves. After he finished speaking, André smiled as he pointed in the direction of the city, and directly sent an order to Angus through the secret imprint. A few short seconds later, a dazzling white lightning suddenly shot out from the center of the city, streaking across the night sky and disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Although it had only been a few seconds since the lightning spell was launched and disappeared, old Bernie knew that this meant that the young man in front of him had truly taken control of the Mage Tower, and the most powerful force in the surrounding islands. He forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and raised his head, saying very seriously, "I've already seen your trump card. It's very powerful, so powerful that it's beyond my imagination. Now, please give me a promise. Promise that the Rat Man can live a normal life. For this, I'm willing to give up everything I have. As long as you give the order, I won't hesitate to commit suicide." Chapter 7:11. I swear in the name of Offa that as long as you do as I ask, I will guarantee that the Ratmen will be able to live like normal people after seizing control of this area. They will not be persecuted or harassed in any way. Without any hesitation or word games, André solemnly swore. Although from the perspective of a leader, he had to get rid of all unstable elements, especially those who had a strong appeal, but this didn't affect his respect for the old man in front of him. The spirit of sacrifice was one of the greatest and most noble sentiments of mankind. It not only required great courage, but also a selfless heart. Without a doubt, old Bernie was selfless towards his own tribe. After controlling the docks for so many years, he didn't have any personal property. Every copper he earned was used to buy daily necessities, improving the poverty and backwardness of his tribe. It was because of this that he won the unconditional trust, respect, and absolute obedience of the Ratmen. But unfortunately, this great personal prestige became a noose around his neck. No matter who became the supreme ruler of this archipelago, he had a reason to die. The reason was very simple. Any person or idea that went against the ruling class would be ruthlessly erased in the end, no matter if it was correct, advanced, noble, kind, or a hero. Similar things happened too many times in the history of Earth. For example, after Saint Joan of Arc defeated the invaders and defended her homeland, she was ruthlessly betrayed by the nobles and burned alive. Because of her series of glorious victories, not only did she violate the nobles' right to control the army, but even the king felt a great threat. Many commoners only knew Saint Joan of Arc and didn't know King Charles VII, so the betrayal and death that happened later wasn't worth making a fuss about. Old Bernie's situation was similar. Unless he died, the Ratmen wouldn't accept a second person as their leader. He was clearly aware of this point, so he gladly accepted using his own life in exchange for the continuation of his tribe. The bright moonlight and stars intertwined in the night sky, full of shocking beauty. On Earth, there would be no stars if there were a bright moon, and there would be no bright moon if there were stars. On Oriar, the moon and stars represented God. Perhaps there was a difference in strength, but they were all equal in status. Therefore, unless it was a cloudy day, the moon would always hang in the night sky with the stars. After getting the promise he wanted, old Bernie raised his head and stared at the sky for a long time. He then smiled at André and said, "You know what? Actually, I didn't want to live anymore. For more than 20 years, I've been hiding underground without seeing the light of day, accompanied by conspiracies and darkness. That feeling was terrible. If it weren't for the responsibility, I would have chosen to commit suicide to end the pain." Understandable. In a dark space without any reference, people tended to have a wrong perception of time. Some people felt like a year had passed in a minute, while others felt like a year had passed in a minute. Perhaps when the Underground Guild asked you to stay underground without seeing the light of day, they wanted to use this method to torture you, to make your mind and reason completely collapse. If I may, I want to ask how you've endured all these years. You should know that anyone who has been locked up in prison for more than 20 years would more or less have some signs of collapse, but you've been as calm as ever. As someone who had been forced to live in fear underground for several months, André was very clear on how terrible it was to lose the concept of time. Let alone 20 years, even half a year was enough to drive a normal person crazy. No, you're wrong. I actually went crazy the second year after I entered the underground. I went completely crazy, abandoning my human identity and thoughts. I was like a rat, constantly digging holes. The underground cave you see is something I used 20 years to dig out bit by bit with my claws. As you can see, I'm a werbeast. The wildness of a beast and the rationality of a human coexist harmoniously in my body. As I dug for longer and longer, I gradually found that my human side began to awaken in my body. Not long after, my rationality and calmness returned to my brain. From then on, whenever my rationality was about to collapse, I would take the initiative to release my beast nature. After the release of my beast nature, my rationality would continue to be maintained for a period of time. Interesting, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, old Bernie slapped the table and laughed. He laughed so happily that even tears flowed out. After laughing, he wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and quickly put on a serious expression and said, "Okay, let's stop chatting. You should know that the Underground Guild is still launching attack. I can't leave for too long. Tell me, what do you need us to do?" Very simple. First, fight an evenly matched battle with the Underground Guild. Attract all their attention. At least before the pirate fleet returns, don't let them discover my existence. André didn't even think and directly stated his request. He didn't need the Ratman to risk his life. He just needed to maintain the status quo. Stall for time? How long will it take? Old Bernie frowned and asked. André thought for a few seconds and immediately replied, "At the latest, it won't take more than 2 weeks. I'll let some of my subordinates nibble at the Underground Guild from the inside. At the same time, I'll cause chaos and destruction in other places. In short, you don't have to worry about them launching an all-out attack. If necessary, I can also provide some magic assistance. As for the issue of weapons and armor, I think since you've already captured Mia, you must have gotten the equipment in Patty's hands. It should be enough for a short period of time." Old Bernie nodded thoughtfully. "No problem. When I return, I'll mobilize all the old fellows and launch a small-scale counterattack. At the same time, I'll expand the front line to the entire lower city. When that time comes, no matter how hard the guild tries, they won't be able to restore order in a short period of time." Very good idea. But remember, don't let your people spread the disease. I don't want to suddenly find the situation completely out of control on the night of the full moon. André was very clear about the destructive power of the Ratman, so he had to remind him. Don't worry. I don't need to bite anyone this time. Moreover, I'll follow your request and let the older generation die in the war. Only those young ladies and boys will be left." When he said these words, old Bernie was still smiling. There wasn't a trace of sadness in his expression. It seemed that to him, using the sacrifice of the older generation in exchange for the future of the entire tribe was a very good deal. At least it was 100 times better than the half-dead state they were in now. Chapter 7:12. Thank you very much for your cooperation. You know, this is the first time I've sat down with someone I want to get rid of to discuss matters of cooperation. I have to say, this feeling is truly wonderful. It's as if we clearly have different standpoints, but we can communicate and understand each other like true friends. André said as he stood up and extended his right hand. Although the two of them still hadn't clarified their subordinate relationship, for smart people like them, there were some things that didn't need to be said too clearly. It was enough to know what was going on in their hearts. Old Bernie also stood up and extended his right hand to shake. He sighed with a smile. "Yes, this is truly wonderful. This is also the first time I've sat down and chatted with someone who wants to take my life. I even have the urge to confide in him. You're more complicated than anyone I've seen in my life. Whether it's your thoughts or your way of doing things, you're full of contradictions. You don't seem like a young man at all. May I ask, what do you plan to do after seizing control of the Sardinia? Become the new pirate king? Or use this as a base to infiltrate all the port cities in the south? According to my investigation, the organization you belong to doesn't seem to care much about money. Many times, in order to achieve their goals, they don't hesitate to use rich benefits to tempt the enemy to make a new choice. Maybe it's because of my humble background, or maybe it's because my vision isn't broad enough. In short, this kind of behavior is very puzzling. Since it's not for profit, why spend so much effort to infiltrate an area and try to control everything in secret? Andre couldn't help but smile and shake his head at the old man's series of questions. I'm sorry, dear friend. I'm afraid I can't answer everything about the organization, because even I don't know what the purpose of the people behind it is. But one thing is very clear. They have enough power to destroy everything. Apart from the gods, no one can stop them. As for seizing control of the Sardinia, that's my personal will. The reason is very simple. I hate the barbaric and chaotic way of doing things. I plan to improve the way of robbery and teach them how to obtain wealth in a way that everyone can accept. Of course, the most important thing is that I'm playing a dangerous game with a troublesome opponent. I plan to use this unique geographical location to hide a surprise army in case of emergency. A dangerous game? With who? Relying on his rich life experience, old Bernie instantly grasped the main point. He squinted his eyes and carefully probed. I'm sorry, but this matter has nothing to do with you. Furthermore, it's beyond the limits of your understanding, so it's better if you don't know. At this point, Andre paused for a moment. An extremely complicated look appeared in his eyes, followed by a self-deprecating smile. Hee hee, you might not believe me if I tell you. In fact, I'm no different from you. We're both chess pieces in someone else's hands. It's just that the person who controls me is a real chess player, and you're just a chess piece in the chess piece's hands. In this dangerous world, being weak is a sin. If you can't be manipulated by others, then do your best to become stronger. When you suddenly find that there are no enemies around you that can threaten you, you will naturally become a chess player. Old Bernie smiled bitterly and shook his head. All right, I won't ask. This is indeed beyond the scope of my understanding. It's really hard to believe that even a person like you is someone else's chess piece. Then what reason do I have to resist? A wise choice. Because if I reveal some information that I shouldn't reveal, then you and your clan will very likely all die within half an hour. Please don't think of this as a threat. Please treat it as advice between friends. Goodbye. Saying this, Andre slightly bowed, pulled Mia up and turned to leave. Hey, where are you going? We're at sea right now. If you want to get off the ship, you should at least wait until we reach the shore. Old Bernie loudly reminded. No need. I'm a mage. Solving this little problem isn't a problem. Oh right, when you attack the underground guild, be careful. There's a woman called Maris who I set up as a spy. Don't be careful and accidentally kill her. As the last word left his mouth, a white light suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping Andre and Mia. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the deck. Old Bernie looked on helplessly as the two living people mysteriously left. He took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "Is it the power of magic again? Looks like I really don't have much of a choice this time. But this is fine too. Since I'm about to enter my coffin, I might as well go all out. I hope these old bones of mine can still hold on." Just as the Rat King made up his mind, Andre and Mia had already teleported to a dark alley in the lower city. This place had obviously been abandoned by the underground guild. The thick smell of blood could be smelled everywhere. In the corner of the alley a few meters away, 3 rotting corpses were emitting the stench of rotting corpses. Many flies were buzzing around them. The houses on both sides of the road were all nailed shut with wooden planks. Several pairs of eyes filled with malice were carefully peeking out from the gaps. Mia vigilantly observed the surroundings and quickly suggested in a low voice, "Master, this place is very dangerous. We have to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, we might encounter trouble. Let's go to the hiding place of Portia and the others. I have some things to tell them." Andre knew that this place wasn't suitable for conversation. He immediately told them where he wanted to go. "No problem. Please follow closely behind me." With that, Mia stood on her tiptoes and quickly moved toward the west side of the city. She had used some kind of special technique. She was clearly walking, but Andre had to jog to keep up. The two of them shuttled through the secluded alleys one after another, trying their best to avoid the gang members who were fighting for territory. After a full 10 minutes, they finally arrived at a small wooden 2-story building. Mia very carefully checked for footprints around the building. After confirming that there were no signs of strangers approaching, she immediately took out a piece of metal wire from the gap between the windows. She then used the metal wire to gently lift the latch on the inside of the door. Her movements were so gentle, as if she was afraid of startling something. Andre was just about to open his mouth to ask when he suddenly heard a buzzing sound coming from within the door. In the blink of an eye, a cold light shot out from the gap above the door and nailed itself to the ground less than a centimeter away from Mia. Chapter 7:13. It was a crossbow arrow the length of a finger. Although the arrowhead had been inserted into the wooden plank, the shaft was a strange dark green. Anyone who wasn't a fool would be able to tell that it was smeared with antivirus poison. Once the skin was pierced, it wouldn't take long for the victim to die painfully. There was no doubt that this was a trap used to prevent the enemy from invading. If one didn't know in advance, the possibility of avoiding it by reflex was very small. Just when Andre thought that it was safe, Mia suddenly stood up and threw herself to the side without saying a word. Her whole body was spread out on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more crossbow arrows were shot from the inside of the door that had just been pushed open, and from the eaves of the house next to it. Their positions were very sinister, one in front and one on the left. Together with the previous arrow that was shot from above, they completely sealed off all escape routes, leaving no way for the intruder to survive. However, Mia obviously knew the positions of all the arrows and dodged them appropriately. She then got up from the ground and quickly rushed into the house. She lifted a dusty carpet and opened the lid to the basement. "Master, this is one of my safe houses. Please go in first. I still have to put the arrows back in place." Andre nodded approvingly. "Good trapping technique. First use the first arrow to force the enemy to dodge to the sides, then use the crossbow method to kill the enemy in one shot. Unless the intruder is carrying a shield, the possibility of survival is basically zero." "Thank you for your praise. This is all thanks to Uhtred's strict training. Although I hate him very much, I have to say that he laid a good foundation for me. It was that training that allowed me to survive danger after danger." Mia's feelings towards Uhtred were quite complicated. There was both gratitude and hatred, but all of this had become a thing of the past with Uhtred's death, leaving only some trivial memories. Perhaps when she was older, she would be able to straighten out these complicated feelings and give a fair judgment to this person who had helped her and almost destroyed her. Andre didn't like to pry into other people's hearts, so he smiled and immediately went into the musty underground passage. Not long after, he heard the halfling's furious curses. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I can't take it any more. When would these days without day and night come to an end? I'd rather rush out and fight the enemy than sit here and do nothing. Portia, stop messing around. It's not like you don't know how chaotic the outside world is right now. With just the few of us, we won't be able to do anything. Just obediently hide for a few days." The voice obviously belonged to Fiona. She was trying to stop her bored best friend from going out and causing trouble. Halflings were known for being restless. It was an extravagant hope for them to stay quiet for 3 minutes, not to mention hiding in a dark cellar. I don't care. If he continued to stay here, he would be driven crazy. What's more, no one has come to deliver news for such a long time. Who knows what has happened outside? Maybe that guy needs our help? For the sake of leaving this place, Portia had gone all out. Not only had she tried to find excuses for herself, but she had also tried to bewitch others. As one of the few liars in the room with a higher IQ, Jace instantly saw through the halfling's lies and mocked. He needs our help? I'm afraid there's no funnier joke in the world than this. Have you forgotten how he turned the whole street into a sea of fire not long ago? And how he slaughtered the guild's owl squad unscrupulously? Believe me, if even he has fallen to the point where he needs help, then we'd better run away quickly. Otherwise, we'll only be a hindrance. Roar, roar. The Black Panther seemed to agree with this point of view, and let out 2 low growls. Bullshit. Are you 2 itching for a beating again? Especially you, a big black silly cat. What do you know? If you bark again, I'll cut off your food. Angered out of humiliation, Portia immediately pointed her spear at Black Panther. Ever since the last battle, the 2 of them had become enemies. Whenever there was an opportunity, they would go tit for tat. Although they did not speak the same language, they could miraculously understand each other. They were simply natural enemies. Seeing that the woman and the panther were about to fight, Mabel quickly stood up and stopped them. Okay, let's stop here. 4 hours ago, you guys knocked over a bucket of water. If you knock over another bucket, we won't have any water to drink. Hearing such a lively conversation inside, Andre couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He pushed open the door and stepped in. But the moment he stepped into the dark cellar, a black shadow suddenly pounced on him and licked him fiercely without saying a word. Upon closer look, it turned out to be a black panther. After all, as an animal, its hearing, smell, and vision were much stronger than humans. Even in a pitch-black situation, it could easily recognize people that it had seen before. Looks like you guys are doing well. You actually have the energy to quarrel. You know, I haven't rested for 2 days and 2 nights. And in the middle, I've experienced a fierce magic duel and a thrilling assassination. Now, I'm so sleepy that I can't even open my eyes. As Andre spoke, he pushed the Black Panther's head away and sat down on the shabby chair and yawned. To be honest, he was really tired, especially with the detection function of his left eye. Every time he used it, it would consume a lot of energy. Now that he was done with everything, he fell into a state of exhaustion. Oh God! You've finally appeared. Tell me, what happened after we left? Those 2 mages didn't do anything to you, did they? The quick-witted Portia was the first to run over and look around. Her eyes revealed a strong curiosity. It could be seen that she was a little bored and desperately wanted to hear something interesting to relieve the boredom in her heart. Andre smiled and shrugged his shoulders as he replied, "Nothing much. Just like I mentioned earlier, we had a fierce magic duel. I killed one of them and the other one became my subordinate. I have to say, they were quite difficult opponents. I was slightly careless and suffered a big loss. Fortunately, you guys weren't there, otherwise you would have been affected." 1 against 2? Wow. Well done. Portia jumped up and shouted excitedly. She couldn't wait to ask, "Describe to me how you did it. I've never seen a magic duel in my life." About the magic duel, hold on. I'm not here to tell you a story. I'm here to give you some tasks. As he spoke, Andre gestured to Mia, who had just entered the passage, indicating for her to guard the door. Chapter 7:14. Mission? What mission? Tell me quickly. As long as I don't have to stay in this damned place, I'll agree to anything without hesitation. Portia waved her little fists and promised solemnly. However, it was a pity that no one believed her promise because all the residents of Orire knew that halflings were best at lying and bragging other than stealing. If they believed their promise, they might as well believe that pigs could climb trees. In comparison, Jace was very calm. When he heard the word mission, his first reaction was to be vigilant. He immediately asked, "Are you sure this you includes me? Although I've learned a little swordsmanship, I'm still far from them. I'm afraid I won't be of much help." "No, my dear Mr. Swindler. You're the irreplaceable core of this mission. They're only there to assist you." Andre glanced at Jays and said meaningfully, "I'm the core? Are you mistaken?" Jays was so frightened that his face turned pale. He subconsciously wanted to turn around and escape. However, when he recalled that Mia was guarding the only exit, he quickly dismissed the idea. He smiled bitterly and muttered to himself, "Great God of deceit, quickly come and save your believers. Otherwise, I'm going to die, ha 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 ha. Don't worry, I won't let you commit murder or arson. Instead, I plan to use your outstanding professionalism to negotiate with the leaders of the subordinate guilds and force them to choose a new faction. Of course, in order to achieve this goal, I'll equip you with some helpers. For example, a thief who can easily sneak into someone's bedroom and leave a threatening note. Another example is a warrior who has brute strength and can easily snap an adult's neck. In short, I'll equip you with a team that can destroy more than 50 guild. What you need to do is to bring them to comb through the entire lower city and eliminate all the stubborn fellows. As for the scale, you can decide on your own. Anyway, I want to see the lower city clean within a week." After saying that, the corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile that made people shudder. His idea was very simple, and that was to completely limit the influence of the underground guilds to the upper city. This way, it would not excessively provoke the pirates who stayed in the castle and could also isolate them from the coastline. Then, he would set up an inescapable net near the port. When the pirate King Francis returned with his fleet, he believed that at that time, the expression on the other party's face would be very interesting. Jess noticed the flash of cold light in Andre's right eye. He couldn't help but shiver as he stuttered, "Crazy! This is crazy. Are you sure you want to do this? The leaders of the underground guilds would definitely not sit back and do nothing. They would use the cruelest means to take revenge. We will." "That's enough." Andre waved his hand and interrupted the swindler with a sneer. "There is no need to worry about this at all, because they will soon be too busy to fend for themselves." "Can't even take care of myself? What do you mean?" Portia keenly sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly jumped onto the table to ask. "It's simple. I just reached an agreement with old Bernie half an hour ago. Now, the Ratmen are our allies. They promised me that it won't be long before they expand the war to the entire lower city. When that time comes, chaos and slaughter will fill the streets and alleys. No one will notice your existence at all." Speaking to this point, Andre shifted his gaze to Jess and used a playful tone to entice him. "How about it? Do you want to taste the taste of power? Just a word, a look, and those usually arrogant and despotic fellows will crawl at your feet and tremble. You must know that normally I wouldn't easily give this kind of power to others, but recently I just happened to have more important things to deal with. This opportunity is hard to come by. A scholar once said that power is the most addictive poison in the world. Especially for men, it is simply irresistible." Jess's breathing became hurried within a short few seconds after he blurted out those words. His two eyes released a greedy light. Hesitation. Struggle. His heart at this moment was like a drop of water falling into a boiling pot of oil. Kept boiling and rolling. His brain was uncontrollably imagining himself holding power in his hand. After a full minute, he licked his dry lips and sighed, "You're really a demon who bewitches people's hearts. Well, I agree to take this mission. But there's a premise. You have to tell me, other than these people around me, who are the rest of the helpers." Clap, 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 clap. "Great. I knew that an ambitious man like you would never refuse power. Believe me, you won't regret the choice you made today because it means a new start in life." Andre clapped his hands as he spoke. Then, he took out a piece of parchment that he had prepared beforehand. Here, this is the transfer order of the Carmel mercenary group. From now on, they will completely obey your orders. Jess took the parchment with trembling hands and quickly opened it to take a look at the contents. His face was instantly filled with surprise. Then he put one hand on his chest and bowed deeply. I swear that I will complete this mission perfectly and will not let you down. Very good, then I'm looking forward to your performance. Remember, this is a test. If you can pass it smoothly, then in the near future, I will provide you with a broader stage. Work hard, Andre said while patting the swindler's head gently to encourage him. In a chaotic situation, a person's vision and ability to adapt were the most important tests. He wanted to use this opportunity to see if the swindler was the talent he expected. Everyone present seemed to be in disbelief that Andre would give such an important mission to a swindler. They were all stunned. The only one who was not affected was Jennifer. She obviously didn't care about these scheming things. She took 2 steps forward and handed over the poetry book full of annotations with both hands. She said with a smile, "Mentor, I have deciphered the things you asked for. Please take a look." "So fast?" Andre asked with a little surprise. Jennifer nodded gently and replied, "I promised that I would be able to decipher this manuscript in at most 3 days. If it wasn't interrupted at the critical moment, it would have been completed long ago." After flipping through a few pages, Andre's face showed a satisfied smile. "Not bad, the annotations are very detailed. Even a layman like me can understand it." Chapter 7:15. Due to the limited materials, more than 90% of Aurere's books did not contain much content, especially notes and diaries that could be carried around. It would be considered generous to have 20 to 30,000 words. After all, parchment was not real paper, but a kind of processed leather. Its thickness and weight determined that it could not be bound together in large quantities, or else it would be impossible to carry around. Many of the great works in the library were shockingly large, requiring 2 adult men to lift them up. The slightest carelessness would cause one to be smashed to death by the heavy books. To read them, they had to be placed on a specific shelf, which was very troublesome. Fortunately, this manuscript by the master of swordsmanship, Johannes Richard Turner, was not considered thick with less than 30 pages. With Andre's reading speed, it did not take long for him to skim through it. The contents left him shocked. He could not believe that in this world where natural science was extremely backward, there was actually someone who could research the body structure and force exertion techniques to such a precise degree. In a short note of 15,000 words, Johannes Richard Turner explained in detail how a warrior should train his muscles, how to use his muscles to control the weapon in his hand, and finally how to stab the weapon into the opponent's vitals. This was not like ordinary warrior instructors who simply taught their apprentices how to kill, but a complete set of systematic and scientific theoretical knowledge. What was even more surprising was that this book even mentioned that through controlling one's breathing rhythm, one could forcefully increase the ability of certain organs in the body. The effects were amazing. For example, if a warrior accidentally drank a cup of poisoned wine, then he could completely overload his liver temporarily, expelling most of the poison from his body at the fastest speed possible. Another example was when facing a desperate situation, a warrior could make his heart beat more than 500 times per minute, greatly increasing the speed of blood flow. This would allow the body to run faster, jump higher, and have more strength, exploding out with several times their usual combat strength in a short period of time. Of course, these taboo methods could not be used casually. Not only did they need to undergo strict training, but they also had to ensure that their physique surpassed that of ordinary people. Otherwise, with the fragility of the internal organs, the overload would cause sudden death within a few seconds. Apart from the above, there were also techniques regarding the use of light weapons, including long swords, short swords, thin swords, daggers, scimitars, and so on. The corresponding techniques were also provided, and there was no lack of special skills that could only be mastered by high-level warriors. After reading all the contents, Andre's vision instantly flooded with a large amount of information. Congratulations! You've mastered a special ability, Crafty Strike. Congratulations! Your Rogue Blade Masterclass has been promoted to Level 3. Congratulations! You've mastered the Rapier Specialization. Congratulations! You've mastered Sword Specialization. Congratulations! You have mastered the Scimitar Specialization. Congratulations! You've mastered Dagger Specialization. Congratulations! You've mastered Dagger Specialization. Congratulations! You have learned the Johannes School's Dusk Swordsmanship, Level 1. Note: this swordsmanship is known for its nimbleness and swiftness, so it can only be performed with a light weapon. It can be improved through practice. As a series of knowledge and techniques of exerting force entered his brain, Andre soon felt that his hands were different from before, especially when his fingers touched the thin sword at his waist. It was like an extension of his limbs. With just a thought, he could immediately perform the so-called Twilight swordsmanship. Looks like this is a part of the Arcane Eye's power. It can convert any knowledge into a skill and store it firmly in the brain. What a convenient ability. As long as I can make full use of it, it won't be long before I can shake off my identity as a chess piece and become a chess player who can look down on all living beings. While silently experiencing the abilities brought about by the awakening of his left eye, Andre closed the notebook and carefully stuffed it into his pocket. He finally understood what was going on with the mysterious tattoo that had been following him ever since he transmigrated, as well as the system. It turned out that everything was caused by this strange eye. Obviously, it had the ability to think independently. It had even tried to communicate in the inner world many times, as if it wanted to express something. Unfortunately, Andre could not understand those intermittent words that were full of hints. The only thing he could be sure of was the power of the Arcane Eye. This thing must be a powerful magical item. Even if it was not fully awakened, it was enough to attract countless spies. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible so that he could deal with any crisis that might arise at any time. Thinking that there was an old lich staring at him from behind, Andre suddenly felt restless and lost the interest to continue chatting. He slowly stood up and clapped his hands at everyone around him. Well, that's all for today's task. If there are any changes to the plan, I'll send someone to inform you. Remember, Jess is the core of this operation. All of you have to obey his arrangements. I don't want anyone to disobey my orders. Report. I have a question. Fiona raised her hand and shouted loudly. Speak. Andre signaled the girl to ask without thinking. What if he secretly colludes with the enemy? Do we still have to obey his orders? Fiona raised a very sharp question. Everyone knew that Jess was a swindler without any moral integrity or bottom line. This meant that it was almost impossible for him to have any so-called loyalty. The possibility of him being bought by the enemy was extremely high. Thus, trust was the most serious problem. However, Andre did not care about this. He smiled and shook his head as he replied, I have my own arrangements in this regard. You just have to obey my orders. If he really betrays us, I guarantee that someone will immediately come forward to deal with him the moment he betrays us. He won't even have the chance to reveal his plans in secret. Really? Fiona obviously did not believe him. Of course it's true. In Valen City, there aren't many people who can escape my surveillance. After saying this, Andre beckoned to Jennifer. Follow me. I promised before that after you deciphered this manuscript, I would take you through the gates of magic. Now is the time to fulfill my promise. Thank you very much. Jennifer bowed in ecstasy and hurriedly followed. Ever since she had witnessed the power of magic, she had always longed for this power. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, her excitement was beyond words. Everyone, I don't want to say any more superfluous words. I just want to remind you all to be careful. Perhaps the next time we meet will be when the owner of this archipelago changes. As the last word left his mouth, Andre immediately grabbed Jennifer's hand and once again summoned the power of the Mage Tower. They quickly disappeared from where they stood. Chapter 7:16. Accompanied by a blinding arcane light, Andre instantly appeared in the room at the entrance of the hidden wizard tower. The fatigue and the side effects of the teleportation made him feel extremely uncomfortable, especially the intense dizziness that caused his stomach to churn. If it weren't for his strong self-control, he would have vomited by now. The dim light, the quiet corridor, everything was no different from when he'd left. Two tall golems stood beside the teleportation door as usual. They were the most loyal guards. Once they discovered an intruder, they would immediately activate their attack mode and kill the enemy on the spot. Unless their master changed his orders, there was no room for negotiation. Jennifer looked at her surroundings with a curious gaze, especially the large crystal above her head that emitted a gentle light. It gave her the illusion that she was in a dream. After a full minute, she muttered to herself, "It's so beautiful, isn't it? Where is this? Are we still in Valen City?" This is the Wizard Tower 500 meters underground in the center of the city. It will be your home for a long time in the future. You will learn magical knowledge here until you become a true wizard. Remember, don't wander around carelessly and don't touch any glowing objects. Anything related to arcane magic is dangerous and unstable. This is very fatal to normal people. Even the slightest disturbance can lead to death. So keep your curiosity to yourself and maintain a respectful attitude at all times. Only then will you be able to survive until you graduate. Andre explained the things to take note of as he walked away from the humming giant teleportation door. Just as he was about to inform Angus of his return, a young apprentice suddenly pushed open the door and rushed in, shouting in a panic, Your Excellency! You're finally back! We just caught a powerful energy reaction, and it's over level 7. It's very likely that someone is conducting some sort of summoning ritual. What's going on? Calm down. Tell me everything in detail. Andre furrowed his brows and scolded in a low voice. Yes. Not even 20 minutes after you left, the guards in charge of monitoring the situation around the city sensed that the energy of curses had begun to rise rapidly for some reason in the air around the city. However, when he tried to pinpoint the location, the energy reaction instantly disappeared. We tried all kinds of methods, including prophecy magic, but in the end we couldn't pinpoint the location accurately. Master Angus felt that this could be a conspiracy against us, so he personally led a few other mages into the city to see if they could find any clues. The apprentice was obviously scared out of his wits. He hurriedly explained everything he knew, afraid that he would accidentally anger the ruthless young tower master in front of him. Magic-type energy? Unable to locate? I think I know who's behind this. The corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly as a cold smile appeared on his face. Before the half-elf archmage Orlando left, he had warned him that there was an ambitious guy in the city who was planning to use a sacrificial ritual to summon the projection of a great devil. This person was undoubtedly Casimir Kiz, and perhaps with the help of the lustful demon. Things seemed to be getting more and more interesting. The apprentice opened his mouth wide in shock and exclaimed, "You actually know? Do we need to take any countermeasures?" "No, there's no need for that at the moment. A summoning of this scale would take at least a week, and it would also require a grade 5 mage to preside over it. We have plenty of time, so there's no need to panic." "Oh, right, there should be a list of names in the Mage Tower, right? Go find it, then eliminate those who aren't of enough level or are already dead. Bring it to me. Also, if Angus returns, tell him to find me in the central control room. I have some things to tell him." Having said that, Andre ignored the apprentice and walked straight into the dark passage. Jennifer didn't dare to delay and quickly followed behind him. When she passed by the apprentice, she smiled and winked at him, causing the young man's heart to race. In just a few seconds, he had a strong physiological reaction, especially his face and neck, which turned red like a ripe crab. Walking along the dark corridor, the two of them, one in front and one behind, soon arrived at the central control room on the top floor. As soon as he entered, André smelled a strong floral fragrance. The bloodstains on the floor and walls had been cleaned up, and the corpses and minced meat had been dragged away. In order to get rid of the smell, there were more than 10 pots of blooming flowers in every corner of the room. They looked very colorful and beautiful. However, he obviously wasn't in the mood to admire the flowers. He quickly walked to the bookshelf and took out a book called Magic Enlightenment. Without turning his head, he asked, "Tell me, in your eyes, what is magic? Or rather, in your first impression, what should magic be used for? Don't think, just follow your instincts and answer." Magic is a supernatural force. I think it should be used to protect oneself from any form of harm. Perhaps it was because of her tragic experience that Jennifer always lacked a sense of security, so she immediately gave this answer without thinking. The power to protect? It seems that your future path is to specialize in defense. It just so happens that I have the soul of a 12th level defense mage here. I believe that with his guidance, you will be able to progress much faster. Having said that, André took out Gerald's soul crystal and handed it to Jennifer along with the book. The latter hurriedly took it and looked at it excitedly. The dim light emitted by the soul crystal looked so charming, as if it was going to suck her whole body in. Seeing that this woman was a little too excited, André helplessly shook his head and reminded her, "Be careful. Although that soul is trapped in the soul crystal, he can communicate with you through your mind. His advice may not be completely correct. Sometimes he may deliberately point you in the wrong direction. You need to distinguish these on your own. At the same time, it is also a kind of test, because idiots don't deserve to be a noble mage. Finally, remember that wisdom is the most important thing for a mage. You need to learn to think and judge in a rational way. If you encounter a problem that you can't solve, go to the library and look for information. Thank you for your guidance. Please don't worry, I won't let you down." Jennifer put away the soul crystal and bowed deeply with one hand on her chest. Through the loose collar of her robe, one could even see the seductive cleavage of her cleavage. André, whose desires were suppressed to the limit, turned a blind eye to this. He only said indifferently, "No need to thank me. This is part of our deal, nothing more. Now, go to the apprentice area and choose a room. Familiarize yourself with the environment and rest early. After all, learning magic can't be rushed." Chapter 717. Filled with a passion for magic, Jennifer happily left the central control room. Although she had been trying to control her excitement, the moment she closed the door, she couldn't help but shed tears of joy. After 15 years of extremely oppressive life like a prisoner, she finally got what she wanted today, and it wasn't forced on her by others. This was very important, and also very memorable, because its name was freedom. That's right. It was freedom. She could have her own will, her own judgment, her own choice. She didn't need to be manipulated by anyone anymore. From today onwards, I'm no longer Clarissa Bessemer's substitute, but Jennifer Holden. I want to live for myself. Jennifer said to herself in the bottom of her heart. She wiped her tears, took a deep breath, and disappeared at the end of the corridor with graceful steps. Someone once said that a person's happiness didn't depend entirely on material things, but more importantly on the spirit. If the spirit was satisfied, then even if they were hungry and cold, they would be positive and optimistic, just like those ascetic priests who completely gave up all enjoyment for their faith. But unfortunately, André wasn't optimistic at all, because he just looked at the list sent by the apprentice and found that other than the two guys who followed Pirate King Francis to the designated sea area, there was a living level 5 mage who wasn't in the tower. He was the necromancer, Cecil. André wasn't unfamiliar with this name at all. Whether it was inventing terrifying magic potions or using a large number of children to carry out crazy experiments, it was enough to prove that he was both a smart and crazy genius. In his eyes, there were only research results, and he didn't care about how many people would die. Once he joined forces with Casimir, the consequences were simply unimaginable. No, I can't let this guy be out of my control. After making up his mind, André directly threw the list in his hand to the apprentice waiting by the side and asked, "Do you know where Cecil usually stays for a long time? Including his residence, whether he has a lover, the taverns and shops he frequents, and so on. It's best to be more detailed." The apprentice smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Sorry, sir, I only know that Mage Cecil never spends the night in the Mage Tower. It seems that he has his own house in the upper city, but I don't know where it is." "Is it a villa?" André was obviously not satisfied with this answer. He frowned and continued to ask. The houses in the upper city were not as messy as the lower city. If they were villas, they could search them one by one. "I really don't know. Wizard Cecil had a lot of quirks, and he was very particular about his privacy. Even when he was eating, he had to avoid the gaze of others. Some say that he's like a vampire, carefully concealing the differences between himself and humans." The apprentice had no choice but to share some groundless rumors. "Vampire?" André's eyes flashed with a strange light. "That sounds interesting. Do you know where this conjecture came from?" The young acolyte spread out his hands and explained, "First of all, Wizard Cecil's skin is pale, as if he hasn't been exposed to the sun for a long time. Secondly, he has never eaten any human food in front of us. Lastly, and most importantly, he never entered the Mage Tower during the day. Instead, he purposely chose to enter after sunset. Of course, this was just a guess. After all, he has lived in Valen City for so many years, and there has never been a case where someone's blood was sucked out to death. Therefore, I don't think this possibility is very high." After getting the answer he wanted, the corners of André's mouth curled up into a smile that wasn't quite a smile. He lightly waved at the apprentice, and the latter immediately let out a sigh of relief. He bowed on the spot and quickly turned to leave. As soon as he left, André pulled out a map of the city from the bookshelf and carefully examined it. Not long after, his gaze locked onto the only public cemetery in the upper city. This was the place where the pirate leaders, guild leaders, and smugglers were buried. After hundreds of years of development, it had become a huge underground cemetery. It was said that there were large amounts of gold and silver buried with them. However, there wasn't a single person who had the guts to rob the graves and even exchange them for gold. They were either dismembered by the pirates or locked up in the dark dungeons of the guild. After all, even if an expert could sneak in and steal the items, they would have to find a place to exchange them for gold or silver. However, all of the illegal channels in Valen City were controlled by the top three. Unless they found a place to bury themselves and never saw the light of day, it was only a matter of time before they were discovered. It was because of the effective protection that public cemeteries had an abundance of negative energy. It was definitely the favorite of undead creatures and necromancers. André dared to bet his head that if Cecil really had a place to stay in the upper city, then there was a 90% chance that it was in a public cemetery. Just as he was considering whether or not he should personally investigate, there was a sudden knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. "Sir, I am Angus. You seem to be looking for me?" Hearing that it was the bald mage's voice, André immediately responded, "Come in, I indeed have something to ask you." "Then I'll be disturbing you." Angus pushed open the door and walked in. He looked travel-worn, and his robes and cloak were especially damp. He must have used a flying spell to fly a few rounds in the sky above the city. André didn't waste any words and pointed to the chair opposite him. "Sit. Now tell me, what do you think of the high-energy reaction that appeared not too long ago?" Angus sat down graciously and wiped off the moisture on his face and neck. he replied with a serious expression. "I think this is a serious provocation." Without a doubt, the other party didn't conceal their intentions at all from the start and only disappeared after we discovered them. The entire process was obviously carefully calculated, and they even blocked out the prophecy magic. This is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. What's even more frightening is that we still don't know who the enemy is and what their goal is. The city is in a complete mess right now, and there's no way to investigate. It's really a headache. As a 9th rank mage, he was very clear on what an energy reaction from a 7th rank spell system meant. It was enough to tear apart spatial barriers and allow creatures from another world to descend. Usually, it was used to summon either evil devils or demons, or heavenly creatures that revered kindness. Chapter 7:18. The bald mage's answer was obviously not what Andre wanted to hear. He immediately waved his hand impatiently. "No, I'm not talking about the sudden high-energy reaction, but the mastermind behind it. You know who's conducting the magic ritual?" Angus stood up in shock, his face full of disbelief. After all, he'd just circled the city 20 minutes ago and hadn't found any clues. He couldn't feel any magic waves in the air. Unless someone provided him with information, he wouldn't be able to obtain any useful information through normal means. That's right. Someone once warned me that there was an ambitious fellow in Valen City who wanted to summon the projection of a greater devil. Guess who that person was? Andre asked with a cold smile. It was common knowledge that no one who could become a mage was an idiot. After a few seconds of contemplation, Angus suddenly raised his head and replied with certainty, "It must be the devil in human skin, Casimir Kiz. I know he has some connections with the forces of hell, and seems to be the agent of a greater devil in the material world. Could it be that he's looking for trouble with us?" More or less. In fact, he's looking for trouble with me. Perhaps you don't know, but this fellow used some unknown method to summon a lustful demon. I tried to capture them, but an accident happened. In the blink of an eye, the entire devil's ship disappeared from the face of the earth. Of course, if it was just a lustful demon and a devil's agent, I wouldn't be too worried. After all, the mage tower is in our hands. If we conduct the sacrificial ritual without any protective measures, we'll be exposed to the mage tower's surveillance in a few minutes at most. Do you know, I just looked at the roster a few minutes ago and suddenly discovered that there's someone outside of our plans who isn't in our control. He's Cecil. Think about it, if Casimir Kiz and Cecil were to join hands, what would happen? Not only would they be able to hide from the mage tower's surveillance, they could also silently hide the ritual in any corner of the city. Moreover, you should know how crazy Cecil is. He has the ability to poison the entire water source of Valen City. That's what I'm most afraid of. In order to let the bald mage understand the severity of the situation, Andre had no choice but to reveal some of the secrets hidden in his heart. Although Cecil couldn't confirm if Casimir Kiz and Casimir Kiz were working together, as a smart person, he had a good habit. No matter what happened, he would try his best to consider the worst-case scenario. The destructive power of a master pharmacist was extremely terrifying. As long as there were enough materials, Andre could easily turn a defenseless city into a pile of corpses overnight. Since he could do it, then Cecil, who was equally outstanding in the field of pharmaceutics, would definitely be able to do it as well. This guy didn't even have to bother to research new poisons. He only needed to double the dosage of the ghost doll potion that he had invented and then pour it into the river. Within a few hours, he could create thousands of beasts that had lost their mind. Angus silently digested the information. His face gradually became more and more unsightly. In the end, he couldn't help but clench his fist and slam it on the table. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Bastard! I knew that Cecil had an ulterior motive for leaving so suddenly a few days ago. What to do? Are we just going to watch him play us like fools?" Andre stretched out a finger and shook it lightly. "No. Of course not. I just checked the map of Valen City and found a place in the upper city that is very suitable for undead creatures and necromancers to live in. According to my deductions, this place is very likely the home that Cecil mentioned before. You plan to search the entire public cemetery? Angus' eyes were filled with shock. He hurriedly tried to dissuade Leyland. Heavens! You're simply a madman. This kind of thinking is simply impossible. The surrounding area has already been dug out in all directions, just like a maze. Some places even have seawater flowing in according to the ebb and flow of the tide. It's very, very dangerous. Without half a month's time, we won't be able to find anything. Of course, I'm very clear about this. But don't forget, tomorrow is the day of the Bramble Bird Guild's auction. At that time, Cecil will definitely appear and give them a few bottles of magic potions. We can take this opportunity to follow him and see what he's been up to these days. Finishing his words, André placed a crudely made coin on the table, his whole body emitting a dangerous aura. An invitation from the Bramble Bird Guild? Angus glanced at the image on the coin and sighed, reminding Leyland, I'm not sure if the guild leaders will still be in the mood to hold an auction in the current situation. They're probably gathered together to discuss how to defeat the enemy and defend their dignity and status. On the contrary, the more the situation is like this, the more likely the underground guilds will hold an auction as scheduled. This is because they want to create an atmosphere where everything is under their control. Otherwise, with the guild's loose organizational structure, once they fall into chaos, the subordinate guilds will immediately fall apart. As a soul from an era of information explosion, André was all too clear on how the authorities handled emergency situations. Generally speaking, there were only two options. One was military control, using violence and death to threaten the civilians to do as they wished. The other was to control the media, creating a false impression that nothing had happened. Once the situation got out of hand, they would act as if they didn't know anything. Obviously, with the control of the underground guilds, the first option was impossible. Thus, they could only use the second option. In this world where information circulation was lagging behind, what could attract more attention than an auction? Angus quickly understood this point and sneered with a sinister expression. Hee. Since that's the case, let's prepare well. We'll give Cecil a huge surprise tomorrow. Alright, let's end this discussion here. I'm a little tired and need to rest. You should sleep early as well. After all, excessive fatigue is a mage's greatest enemy. Saying this, André stood up and assumed a posture of sending off a guest. As you wish. Please be at ease. This time, I won't let Cecil escape the surveillance of the wizard tower. Angus bowed slightly and turned to open the door, disappearing into the dusky corridor. After seeing him off completely, André immediately gave the magic statue at the door an order that absolutely no one was allowed to enter. Then, he quickly took off his clothes and lay down on the big, soft bed. In the blink of an eye, he had fallen asleep. Chapter 719. Sleep was very important to a person, especially deep sleep. Once it was deprived, there would definitely be a compensatory rebound. No one knew why, and no scientific research could analyze the specific reason. After another 2 days and 2 nights without sleep, André fell into a compensatory deep sleep. When he woke up the next morning, he couldn't even remember what dream he had last night. He only felt very comfortable and relaxed, as if all his fatigue had been swept away, and his spirit had recovered to its best state. Just when he was about to get up, the low and dull voice of the golem suddenly came from outside the door. Master, you're finally awake. Do you want me to call someone to help you wash up and change your clothes? Also, 2 hours ago, a boy named Alfred came to see you, but I didn't let him disturb your rest. Has Alfred been here? André subconsciously glanced at the hourglass hanging on the wall, and found that the sand had piled up to 10 o'clock. It would be time for lunch in an hour. This was a standard magic hourglass. 12 hours was just enough for the sand to flow from one end to the other. Then, under the effect of magic, the two ends of the hourglass would automatically flip over. After 2 consecutive flips, a day would pass. Yes, that boy came once at 8 o'clock in the morning, and again after 9 o'clock. I believe he'll come again before noon, so please be prepared, the golem replied in a low, muffled voice. All right, I'll do as you suggest. Andrei rubbed his dry eyes, picked up the spellbook on the bedside, and began to copy new spells. Since his brain had received all the spells stored in the Mage Tower, he needed to fill up his spellbook before preparing for today's arcane spells, especially the defensive and prophecy spells that he had never seen before. The sooner he mastered them, the better he could make up for his shortcomings. In order to speed up the copying, Andrei even took off his blindfold, exposing the arcane eye to the air. The golden ring in his pupil spun quickly, and in just half a minute, the blueprint of a level 5 spell was accurately engraved on a blank page. He was so focused that he didn't notice that his right hand was so fast that it left afterimages. It was like a mechanical drafting machine that copied the complicated magic patterns perfectly. The power that was vaguely released by his left eye not only increased his brain's thinking speed, but also caused his body to enter a state of overload. If there was a second person who saw this scene, they would immediately jump up in shock. The complexity of high-level spells was beyond imagination. Ordinary people would suffer permanent mental damage just by looking at them. Even mages would need a day or even a few days to copy them, but Andrei only needed a few minutes. The moment he finished writing the last symbol, he suddenly felt an unbearable numbness and pain in his right hand. Looking down, he found that his fingers and wrists were slightly red and swollen. It seemed that he had pulled a muscle. Damn it! What happened just now? Could it be that I've been controlled by the arcane eye? Andrei muttered to himself as he used his left hand to take out a bottle of healing potion from his waist pouch. He quickly drank it, and in the blink of an eye, the redness and swelling had completely disappeared. He couldn't be bothered to check the copied spell. He hurriedly picked up a mirror and carefully examined the changes in his left eye. After a while, he noticed that the countless golden rings in his pupil seemed to be spinning much faster than when it had just been awakened. They were constantly emitting a ring-shaped energy field, and it seemed to be expanding outwards. Andrei, who had never encountered such a situation, was extremely surprised. He carefully placed the mirror in his hand on the edge of the ring-shaped energy field. What happened next almost made him jump out of his bed. The moment the bronze mirror came into contact with the energy field, dense cracks appeared on the surface of the contact. In just a second, it disintegrated into metal particles that couldn't be distinguished by the naked eye. It was exactly the same as the outcome of the 2 clay golems. Fortunately, the range of this ring-shaped energy field was still very small. It just covered his eye. If it spread to his whole body, then he would completely turn into a natural disaster in human form. Everything that came into contact with it would be completely disintegrated. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Although he still didn't know what kind of power caused this effect, Andrei was very clear that if he couldn't control the spread of the energy ring, then it wouldn't be long before he had to consider finding a remote mountain to live in seclusion. Otherwise, once he entered a city or village, it would basically be declared as a complete ruin. Feeling the terrifying power of his left eye, Andrei helplessly sighed and muttered to himself, I hope the old lich can find a way to control or seal it. I don't want to learn from the druids and live in seclusion deep in the mountains and forests. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden knock on the door. Following that, a woman asked in a soft and weak voice, Sir, we are here to serve you as you wash up and change your clothes. May I ask if we can come in now? Wait a moment, Andrei casually replied. He hurriedly swept the bronze particles floating in the air to one side and quickly put on his eye mask. He pretended to be preparing a spell and shouted, Come in! Hearing these words, the waiting maids pushed the door open and entered one after another. Some of them carried basins of water, some carried towels, and some carried clothes. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the bed and began to do all kinds of things. It had to be said that Gerald really knew how to enjoy life. Even the great nobles of Lincoln City couldn't compare to him. Whether it was brushing teeth, washing face, combing hair, or putting on clothes, everything was done by the young and beautiful maids. They didn't even have to move a finger. Moreover, he could also admire their seductive underwear under their tulle dresses and their curvaceous bodies. However, the troubled André obviously didn't have the mood to do that. He was like a puppet being manipulated by the maids for more than 10 minutes. Finally, he was properly dressed. The leading girl even smeared some sticky liquid on his face and hand. It was said that it could make the skin smooth and delicate and prevent sunburn. All in all, André swore that there wouldn't be a next time no matter what. He would rather go to the public bathing area of the apprentices to clean himself than endure this torture. Especially the fragrance of flowers on his face, which made him feel waves of nausea. He didn't even have the appetite to eat breakfast. In his opinion, men should be more masculine. Those so-called pretty boys were all effeminate. They were the product of distorted aesthetic standard. They were no different from the castrato singers during the Renaissance. Chapter 720. As soon as he sent the maids away, little Alfred arrived, leaving no time for André. Looking at the hopeful boy standing in front of him, he shook his head helplessly and picked up a piece of specially treated clay from the shelf on the test bench. He said very seriously, "Take this, concentrate all your energy, and let the magic flowing in your blood vessels concentrate on this piece of clay. I need to test what kind of warlock you are." Understood. Little Alfred nodded as if he understood. He immediately took the clay, closed his eyes, and began to concentrate. In just a few seconds, primitive energy that had not been shaped by magic suddenly appeared around his body. This energy was like waves, constantly surging toward the clay, and soon produced a wonderful reaction. First, the clay began to become harder and harder, just like granite. However, this situation did not last long. Immediately after, it began to become transparent again, and finally disappeared completely. To be exact, it was invisible. Through the arcane vision, André could even see that the invisible clay was still constantly changing. In the end, it even expanded beyond the limit of the boy's arm. With a bang, it fell to the ground, revealing its original form. This is... Little Alfred was so shocked that he could not even speak clearly. He could not believe that the huge white quartz in front of him was the clay he had just held in his hand. "Calm down, there's nothing to be surprised about. It's something you created with the power of primitive magic. It seems that the power in your blood does not come from your parents or ancestors, but from the chaos of primitive magic. In other words, you are a wild warlock, not a bloodline warlock," André explained with a smile. The boy obviously did not understand the classification of warlocks, and hurriedly asked, "What's the difference between a wild warlock and a bloodline warlock?" "Of course." André nodded gently. As the name suggests, the power of a bloodline warlock comes from their bloodline. That is to say, their parents or ancestors have signed a contract with powerful creatures such as dragons, demons, devils, and so on, or they are direct descendants themselves. The tendency of these people to release magic was very obvious. For example, the descendants of the red dragon mainly learned fire spells, while the descendants of the white dragon mainly learned ice spells. On the contrary, the power of a wild sorcerer came from the influence of the original magic. It was not like a bloodline sorcerer that could be traced, but more like a coincidence. For example, the magic energy in a certain area suddenly went berserk, or a magic ritual suddenly went out of control. In short, you could not predict what kind of situation could make a person become a wild sorcerer. Of course, because it was full of uncertainty, the magic released by wild warlocks was full of chaos, especially in the aspect of control, which was much lower than that of bloodline warlocks. But the advantage was that the power of a wild warlock wasn't restricted by anyone. As long as they had enough patience and talent, even growing into a legend warlock wouldn't be a problem. As for bloodline warlocks, their strength is restricted by the source of their bloodline. In other words, no matter how hard they try, it is impossible for them to surpass the limits of their bloodline source. Once they reach a certain upper limit, their strength will stagnate. In order to let the boy have a deep and simple understanding of warlocks, Andrei explained in great detail, explaining everything he knew about warlock. In his opinion, the characteristic of bloodline warlocks was that they didn't need to think too much. They just needed to dig out their own potential. As long as they could find the source of their bloodline, they could immediately master a large number of spells according to its characteristic. But it was basically impossible to become a master. Wild warlocks, on the other hand, were affected by the chaotic and disorderly original magic. They needed to spend a lot of time learning self-control and transforming the violent energy into spells. The characteristic was that their strength increased relatively slowly. Once they found a suitable path for themselves, becoming a master was just around the corner. Little Alfred was very smart. He quickly understood the characteristics of his profession and asked excitedly with his eyes wide open, "Then how do I train my ability to cast magic?" Andrei smiled and pointed to the super-large quartz on the ground. "Just like this, control your own magic to transform the clay. When you can make the clay show only one change, it means that you can start learning to build spells. Only one change." The boy stared at the quartz thoughtfully, as if he had understood something. "That's right, only one change," Andrei emphasized again in an affirmative tone, and then explained, "because although original magic is powerful, it is chaotic and disorderly. You have to learn to extract the parts needed to build spells from it, and not release all of it at once. Remember, before you do that, I don't allow you to imitate any spells, understand?" "Understood. Don't worry, I will strictly follow your instructions." Little Alfred bowed deeply as he spoke. As a child who had personally experienced the dark side of human nature, he knew very well how important this knowledge was to him. What was more important was that he had answered all the questions during the whole process without any conditions. After all, it was the first time in his life that he had encountered such a situation where there was only giving and no demands. A feeling of gratitude surged from the bottom of his heart and quickly swept through his body. At the same time, he secretly swore that one day in the future, he would pay back double. Noticing the change in the boy's eyes, Andrei smiled and reached out his right hand to touch his head. "Well, let's go for lunch. I know you must be hungry now." "Yes." Little Alfred nodded and began to slowly retreat until he reached the door, then turned and disappeared into the corridor. Staring at his young back, Andrei's lips curled up slightly, and he muttered to himself, "No wonder people say that the older you are, the more you like children, and the more you spend time with people, the more you like dogs. These two have one thing in common, and that is, they are simple-minded. If you treat them well, they will remember this kindness. As for adults, it is more effective to use a combination of fear and benefit." After that, he took advantage of the fact that there was still more than an hour before lunch to pick up the spellbook and began to check if there were any mistakes in what he had just copied. At the same time, he also memorized the spells that he needed to use today. As a mage, it was common sense to wake up every day to prepare spells. At the same time, it was also a good habit. However, Andrei did not like to fill up all the spell slots at once. Instead, he liked to leave a few empty slots so that when necessary, he could make targeted adjustments at any time. This time was no exception. Chapter 721. More than an hour passed in the blink of an eye. When the sand in the hourglass reached 12 o'clock, Andrei finally finished all his work. He even took the time to cast a spell and predict the situation of the auction in the evening. The results showed that he would meet Cecil on the spot as he wished. It had to be said that peeking into the future from the torrent of time for the first time was a very wonderful experience. It was like gently lifting the hazy veil of a young girl and glancing at her breathtaking appearance. Yes, breathtaking. After all, you would never know whether the young girl's face was as beautiful as a fairy's, or like the scene of a car accident. Just as Andre was about to have lunch, Angus hurriedly appeared at the door. He was holding 2 eyeballs carved out of jade in his hands, emitting a dark green light. They looked very frightening. "Hee, my friend, why are you in such a hurry? Are you in a hurry to have lunch with me?" Andre joked with a smile. "Lunch?" Angus was stunned for a moment, then raised his head and glanced at the hourglass. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. He then patted his forehead with a wry smile and complained, "Oh, damn it. I was so busy that I forgot about the time. I didn't notice that it was already lunchtime. I'm so sorry." "It's okay. Since you're here, let's talk while we eat. I haven't even had breakfast yet. My stomach is growling from hunger." After saying that, Andre shouted at the golem at the door, "Go and ask the kitchen to prepare the food. I want to eat fresh roasted lamb for lunch today. Remember, don't put too much spices and don't make it too salty. As for the rest, feel free." "Yes. Your servant will inform the kitchen right away," the golem replied in a low voice, then turned around and ran toward the kitchen. Its heavy body made a series of rumbling noises in the corridor, accompanied by a slight vibration. Ever since Andre had taken over the Mage Tower, he had learned a lesson from Gerald's tragic death. He had completely sealed off all the magic transmissions in the central control room, including the multi-purpose magic mirror in the corner. He did not want to encounter a similar assassination attempt one day. So, he had no choice but to let the golems run the errands. Angus was keenly aware of this and sighed inwardly. As expected of a spellcaster who could kill a 12th-level defensive wizard. Just this carefulness and prudence alone was worth learning. As a matter of fact, for a mage, any tiny weakness, hobby, good or evil inclination, and so on could be infinitely magnified under the observation and prophecy of his opponent. If he did not want to die too miserably, he had to suppress his instincts and desires as much as possible and let his rationality become the master of his brain. After the two of them sat down at the table, Andre crossed his arms and asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" Angus nodded and replied, "Yes. In order to prevent Cecil from disappearing from our field of vision again, I specially created 2 spying eyes. Once you find him at the auction, activate these 2 eyes immediately. No matter what tricks he tries, he won't be able to escape the Magus Tower's surveillance." Andre picked up one of them and examined it carefully. After a full minute, a trace of playfulness appeared on his face. "Interesting little thing. What's the difference between it and the level 5 spell, Spying Eyes?" "In theory, there's no difference, but it has some additional functions, such as automatic tracking, invisibility, seeing through illusions, and so on. Even if you use teleportation magic, there's no way to get rid of it. The process of making it is very complicated, and it's only a one-time use. Once the energy is exhausted, it will be completely scrap. If it weren't for the urgent situation, I wouldn't have wasted my energy." Angus shrugged and explained, "You came just to give me this?" Andre narrowed his eyes and stared at the bald mage sitting opposite him. He would never believe that Angus would come alone for such a trivial matter. "Of course not. The main purpose of my visit is to ask about the system in the tower. You may not know, but the rules set by Gerald before are completely copied from the set by the Magus Association in Linton City hundreds of years ago. The annual loss rate of apprentices alone is as high as 80%. I think it's necessary to make some improvements. What do you think?" Angus' attitude was very serious. As a mage from the Magic Kingdom, Gorals, he was very disgusted with the practice of using apprentices for experiments. At the same time, he also knew some more advanced education methods and intended to put them into practice here. Andre smiled noncommittally and asked, "Are you sure this reform is good? Can it bring more qualified mages to me? If it can, then I'll agree. If it can't, then I'll oppose it. In fact, many people have said that I'm a very utilitarian person, so I only look at the result. Now tell me, can your reform meet my expectations?" Angus frowned and thought for a few minutes, then solemnly promised, "I think it can, but there is a condition. You must give me free space to play, and give me enough support in terms of money and materials." No problem. From now on, except for the 2 people I brought, you are fully in charge of all the other apprentices. If you think it's necessary, you can expand the recruitment at any time. You don't have to worry about money and materials. After I seize the ruling power of this archipelago, I will fully support several profitable industries, including shipbuilding, sugarcane plantation, sugar production, and so on. Half of the funds will go to the Magus Tower to ensure that you have enough money to buy materials. Andre had already formulated a series of plans for the entire Sardinia archipelago, to ensure that it still had a strong economic and military strength after stopping its unscrupulous plundering. It could launch a war that could destroy any city in the south at any time. Since that's the case, then I swear that I will not disappoint you. In at most 2 years, I will be able to nurture at least 4 rank 1 mages and more than 30 apprentices who can use rank 0 arcane spells. After hearing the proportion of funds invested in magic, Angus' face immediately revealed a confident smile. In his opinion, the number of official mages in this Magus Tower hidden under the city was pitifully small. They couldn't find enough people to carry out many large-scale experiments, which was a complete waste. In order to carry out more experiments in the future, he was willing to spend 5 to 10 years to nurture a group of low-level mages, so that they could help him walk further on the path of magic. Just as the 2 of them were discussing the reform of the system, a sumptuous lunch was finally brought to the table. They continued to talk as they ate. Andre quietly instilled the concept of modern universities into Angus' mind. Angus got a lot of inspiration after listening to Andre's words. By the time he had his fill, the prototype of a brand new system had been born. Many of the apprentices who were eating in the public area had no idea that they were about to receive a brand new education system. They no longer had to live in fear of being killed by their mentor's dangerous experiment. Chapter 722. Andre spent the rest of the afternoon organizing the information in his brain, especially the 600 or so books on magic. It was very difficult for him to digest them. After more than 4 hours, he had only managed to organize less than 1/10 of them. Although he wanted to continue, time didn't allow it. The auction for the Thorn Bird Guild would begin at 5:30 in the afternoon. He didn't want to miss this gathering, which was said to be the most lively in all of Valen City, and he didn't want to miss the necromancer, Cecil. In order to prevent anyone from recognizing him, Andre used a transformation spell and once again disguised himself as Uhtred. He still remembered that Uhtred had once mentioned that Cecil had developed the Ghost Doll potion under his guidance and inspiration. He believed that there must be some special connection between the two, and he might be able to use this to get closer to his target, or perhaps obtain some inside information. After making all his preparations, Andre once again used the teleportation gate and silently arrived next to an abandoned villa in the upper city, heading straight for the location of the auction. Along the way, he could clearly feel that the originally deserted upper city had suddenly become lively. Many well-dressed fellows were moving in the same direction, and he didn't need to ask to know that they were all invited guests. Apart from that, there were armed personnel patrolling the streets and alleys. They carefully watched every passerby, and would immediately surround and capture any suspicious targets they found. After old Bernie gave the order for an all-out counterattack, the lower city had become completely chaotic. The leaders of the underground guilds seemed to have completely shifted their focus to the upper city. After all, 80% of the city's wealth was concentrated in the latter area. Perhaps from their point of view, even if the upper city fell, the losses wouldn't be too great. As long as they could hold out until the pirate fleet returned, they could immediately launch a pincer attack and take back their territory. One's vision determines one's breadth, one's concept determines one's height, one's footsteps determine one's speed, and one's thoughts determine one's future. These guys have lived on this remote island for too long, and have already forgotten what is the most important thing. What is decisive power? No matter the structure of a society or the way of governance, people are the most basic unit. More than 80% of the population lives in the lower city. Once it falls, the entire upper city will become a castle in the air, collapsing at the slightest touch. It seems that the enemy is even more foolish than I thought. I really hope that they can continue to be this foolish. That way we can save a lot of trouble when we carry out the purge. André sneered and muttered to himself as he walked to the entrance of the auction. Just as he took out the coin from his pocket and was about to hand it to the guard, he suddenly saw a gorgeous woman wearing a black low-cut dress beside him. She was bewitching several men. She was none other than the enchantress, Maris. After not seeing her for a long time, she seemed to have successfully integrated into the upper-class social circle, especially with her youthful and beautiful face and sexy figure, which made her like a fish in water in such an environment. Most of the time, she only needed to pretend to be weak, and then half-heartedly satisfy the other party's desires, and she could easily get what she wanted. It had to be said that once a man's bad habits were grasped by a woman, he would be completely taken over by the other party without any room for resistance. Perhaps it was just like the saying, men conquer women by conquering the world, and women conquer the world by conquering men. Standing in place and watching Maris's exquisite acting for a while, and then looking at the rising desire in the eyes of the other men, André couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. He handed the coin in his hand to the guard, completely ignoring the strange gazes of the surrounding people, and forced his way into this small circle. "Damn it! Who are you? Get out of the way, or else I'll show you." A lustful young man had an ominous glint in his eyes as he fiercely threatened. He had just lost all face in front of his competitors, and was trying to make André the target of his anger. But unfortunately, he had clearly chosen the wrong target. This could be seen from the dumbstruck expressions of the surrounding people. Although the members of the Mage Tower rarely appeared in public, as a member of Valen City's privileged class, many people could recognize Uhtred's cold face. "Get out? Are you talking about me, idiot?" André asked in a mocking tone. "Idiot? You actually dare to call me an idiot?" The young man drew his sword, unable to restrain his anger. He gnashed his teeth and roared, "Duel! Old man! I want to duel with you!" Without a doubt, he had completely lost his reason. His two eyes showed signs of bloodshot. Perhaps to a young man of his age, face was more important than anything else. Once he felt insulted, he would immediately want to use violence to solve the problem. "Duel? Ha 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 ha. Are you sure you want to duel with me?" André laughed as he opened his arms, his tone full of ridicule and ridicule. One had to know that dueling culture prevailed in Oryre. From the nobles to the commoners and beggars, they all liked to use duels to resolve irreconcilable conflicts. They also believed that duels were sacred and brave symbols. The law also clearly stated that killing in a duel didn't require one to bear any responsibility. But what surprised him was that his first duel actually happened in such a strange situation. Should he be unjustly implicated, or was it due to jealousy? Just as the young man's face flushed red and he was about to say something, a middle-aged man drenched in sweat hurriedly rushed out and fiercely slapped him on the face. He reprimanded in a stern voice, "Idiot! If you don't want to die, then shut your stinking mouth." "Father?" The young man covered his face, his eyes revealing shock. "Get out! Get out of here and beg me!" Without permission, you're not allowed to take a single step out of the house. Otherwise, I'll break your legs." The middle-aged man ignored his son's pleading tone and fiercely kicked him once more. The young man obviously didn't dare to disobey his furious father's will. He didn't care about the so-called face, biting his lips and running towards a gorgeous carriage. After watching him enter the carriage, the middle-aged man was slightly relieved. He hurriedly wiped the sweat on his forehead, respectfully bowed to Andrei, and explained with a bitter smile, "I'm very sorry, Master Uhtred. My son has been spoiled, and he doesn't recognize you. Please forgive him for offending you." "You are?" "I'm the president of the Wily Chamber of Commerce, Wily Galt. At the same time, I'm also the only supplier of the Wizard Tower. The materials that you and the other distinguished mages need are all transported back through our channels." The middle-aged man was afraid that Andrei would kill him, so he directly revealed his identity. He didn't want to bear the anger of a powerful spellcaster. Chapter 723. Hearing the name of the Wily Merchant Association, Andrei immediately recalled the slowly crawling giant snake printed on the bill of exchange. At the same time, he also knew of their pivotal position in the Sardinia Islands. As one of the very few smugglers who dared to invest all of their wealth into Valen City, Wily Galt's history could be said to be rather legendary. It was said that before the age of 25, he was just an unremarkable sailor on a certain ship. He traveled between the various cities in the south all day long, barely surviving on a meager salary every month. However, on the day of his 25th birthday, a drastic change took place. The merchant ship he was on was attacked by a giant sea beast in the deep sea, and the entire ship was torn to pieces in an instant. Everyone died in the sudden disaster, and only he was lucky enough to escape. On an unknown deserted island in the drifting islands. What happened next was just like the main character in a bard's story. Wily Galt not only managed to survive, but also found a large amount of buried treasure in the caves of the island. With these treasures, he quickly formed his own smuggling fleet, and then used the knowledge he learned from uploading to grow into one of Valen City's leading merchants. His total wealth exceeded 2 to 3 million gold coins, and the bills of exchange issued by the Merchant Association could be exchanged for cash even in other cities. He was so outstanding in business that even the pirates and underground guilds relied on the channels he controlled. Although his position couldn't be compared to the Pirate King or the 6 masked leaders, he was undoubtedly a big shot at the top of the pyramid of power. But unfortunately, this big shot wasn't enough to affect a mage with supernatural powers. Not to mention him, even the relationship between the Pirate King and the Mage Tower was only a cooperation, which was why he was so nervous. Looking at the other party's uneasy eyes, Andrei asked with a playful smile, "The Wily Merchant Association? I've heard of this name. Tell me, how do you plan to atone for the sins of your foolish son? No matter what you like today, I'll be responsible for the payment. I wonder if this will satisfy you?" Wily Galt carefully probed. To a merchant at his level, money was just a string of numbers. He wouldn't feel any heartache no matter how much he spent. On the contrary, this type of person valued authority, strength, and life beyond imagination. Being able to use a large sum of money to appease the anger of a powerful spellcaster, or even take the opportunity to establish a relationship with the spellcaster, was definitely a profitable business. "Sounds good. All right, I'll accept it." Andrei did not intend to be entangled in this aspect and agreed without thinking. This was because he knew that after he seized the ruling power, he still needed to rely on this middle-aged man in front of him to restore the economy. He only needed to symbolically receive some benefit. There was no need to squeeze too much. Accepted? Wily Galt had never thought that Uhtred, who was known as the most sinister and cunning person, would actually let go of such a good opportunity to extort him. He was already prepared to bleed a lot, so he was completely at a loss as to what to do. Of course, I accept your conditions. This matter ends here. I hope you will educate your son well when you go back. To be honest, he doesn't have a good eye for women. Maybe you should give him some special education. Otherwise, sooner or later, he'll get you into huge trouble." After saying these meaningful words, André stretched out his left hand and invited Maris in front of everyone. "Charming lady, I wonder if I have the honor to participate in today's auction with you? I believe you've heard that this Willie Gault just promised that he would pay for all the auction items that I've taken a fancy to. If you've taken a fancy to anything, I'll be happy to help you out a little." Maris vigilantly tightened her muscles. She did not understand the current situation at all. She kept using her eyes to ask for help from the men around her. But unfortunately, those who were qualified to participate in the Bramble Bird auction were not idiots. Even if they had not heard of Uhtred's name, they could infer a thing or two from Willie Gault's attitude. Although hunting women was important, it was far less important than one's own life. Therefore, the guy who was talking cheerfully just now disappeared into the crowd in the blink of an eye, leaving Maris standing alone in the same place. Looking at the left hand that stopped in front of her chest, Maris immediately understood that she did not have the right to refuse. She hurriedly pretended to be elegant and curtsied. "Thank you very much. It's my honor to be able to travel with a gentleman like you." After saying that, she raised her right hand that was wearing a lace glove and inserted it into André's arm. She made a cute and helpless appearance, and the fake smile on her face completely hid her anxious emotions. After dealing with Maris, André smiled and nodded at everyone present. He quickly entered the venue and found a seat near the back row so that he could observe every detail in the hall. As there was still about half an hour before the start of the auction, most of the people were chatting outside, asking each other about the latest news in the city. Only a few people who liked to be quiet were sitting in their seats with their eyes closed. After confirming that no one was eavesdropping, André's lips curled up slightly. He whispered into the ear of the witch beside him, "My dear Maris, it seems that you've been doing well recently. You're actually able to participate in such an occasion. Tell me, what's your current position in the guild? Maybe I can give you a little help." "You? Who are you?" Maris suddenly trembled. She immediately bit her lower lip and asked softly. She was obviously very nervous. One of her hands had already reached into her inner thigh from the side of her skirt. She was tightly holding the dagger hidden between her legs, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. Relax. There's no need to be so nervous. I specifically asked the rat men to bypass your territory. Otherwise, do you think you still have the mood to dress up like a noble lady to participate in today's auction?" After saying that, André pressed down on the witch's leg with lightning speed, making her unable to make any dangerous movements. It's you?" Maris clearly recognized André from the familiar movements just now. Her eyes revealed a horrified expression. She could not believe that the old man sitting next to her with a sinister appearance was the young man who had once made her suffer. Chapter 724. "Of course it's me. Otherwise, do you think a true great mage would approach a small character like you?" The corners of André's mouth curled up slightly as he purposely winked his right eye. With his current Uhtred appearance, no matter how one looked at it, he gave off a very awkward feeling. Maris immediately let out a sigh of relief after receiving an affirmative answer. She pulled her hand out from between her legs and glared fiercely at him. She then cursed in a low voice, "Damn it! What's wrong with you? How dare you approach me in front of so many people? Do you know how dangerous this is? There are so many leaders of the underground guilds outside. I'm dead if I'm discovered." André shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. "Don't worry, they won't be able to suspect me with their little tricks. Perhaps you still don't know, but the entire Valen city is now under my control. As long as I'm willing, I can sweep the underground guilds into the trash heap of history at any time. In other words, you don't have to be as careful as before. You can boldly let loose and rope in as many people as you want." "Really? How come I heard that the guilds and the rat men are currently engaged in a chaotic battle in the lower city, and that they'll be able to take back control soon? Maris' tone was full of suspicion, obviously not believing the truth of his words. Take back control? Is that what they announced to the outside world? Andre asked with a disdainful smile. Maris nodded lightly. That's right, the guilds just sent someone to inform all the leaders and subordinate guilds in the lower city at noon today. They want us to defend our territory and promise that as long as we can endure for 7 days, we'll receive generous rewards afterwards. They'll even pick a lucky person to become the 7th leader. It's just as I expected. Haven't you ever suspected that there's something wrong with this? Use your beautiful head and think about it. If the underground guilds had the ability to take back their territory, would they still need you motley crew? Think carefully. When have these guys ever been willing to share their power with anyone? My dear Maris, wake up. The entire lower city has already been abandoned by the underground guild. That's why they keep giving out promises. They know that you won't be able to endure for 7 days no matter what. Andre mercilessly exposed the hypocrisy of the underground guild. At the same time, he also found out why there were so many armed patrols on the way here. It turned out that the guild leaders had already made up their minds to retreat to the upper city and use their subordinate guilds to whittle down the Ratman's strength. In any case, as long as they still had their direct subordinates, they could have as many subordinate guilds as they wanted. They were the perfect cannon fodder. Maris was not stupid. On the contrary, she was very smart. After thinking for a few seconds, her eyes were quickly filled with anger. She sneered and said sarcastically, "So that's how it is. I was wondering why they were so generous all of a sudden. No matter what I asked for, they would quickly fulfill it. It turns out that they were up to no good." Very good. Very good. Since they see me as cannon fodder, then don't blame me for being ruthless. As she blurted out the last word, she suddenly pulled out the dagger hidden in her inner thigh and stabbed it into the armrest of the chair. Her resentment was overflowing. Calm down. You're playing the role of a lady now. Don't lose your mind because of a little anger. I've already sent people to clean up the people who are loyal to the guilds in the lower city. You can also carry out similar activities. You don't have to worry about the Ratmen. I've already informed them. Go ahead and do what you want. Remember, I'm your master, your backer, and the person you're loyal to. Don't forget, if I find out that you're in contact with other forces without permission, then I'm afraid that your head won't be able to continue to stay on this beautiful and slender neck. Do you understand? After saying that, Andre stretched out his right hand and gently stroked her cheek. Following that, he slid his hand across her neck and stopped between her half-naked breasts. From the content of the conversation just now, he had already deduced that this, which, in front of him, wanted to get closer to the smugglers so that she could have a way to escape from his control in the future. Without a doubt, although this kind of behavior could not be considered as betrayal, he had to give her a warning. Otherwise, there would always be a fluke in the future. Sooner or later, it would become a real betrayal. Maurice trembled slightly. She could feel that the finger that stopped in front of her chest was extremely dangerous. It was as if it could pierce her heart at any time and end her life. For the sake of her little life, she hurriedly explained, Don't misunderstand. I just want to expand my network. I didn't do anything to betray you." "Expand your network?" Humph. Andre laughed disdainfully. "Well, even if you want to expand your network, I hope that there won't be a second time. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Seeing that Andre accepted her excuse, Maurice secretly sighed in relief. Following that, she carefully asked, "You specially pulled me in just to say this?" "No, I have more important things that I need you to do." After saying that, Andre raised both of his hands. His fingertips released a faint fluorescent light. In just a few seconds, an illusory projection was formed. He pointed at the projection and said very seriously, "Remember this person's appearance well in your mind. In a moment, use your social skills to the fullest and find him in the crowd. Can you do it? Of course. This is exactly what I'm good at. As long as he appears in the venue today, I guarantee that you will see him with your own eyes when it's over. When she heard that it was to find someone, Maurice immediately agreed without hesitation. She looked so confident that she didn't leave herself any way out. André nodded with satisfaction. I like your intelligence and confidence. I like your attitude towards the mission even more. Now go and get to work. There will be a reward after the mission is completed. Ha! I also like your generosity. Thank you. Maurice smiled sweetly. She stood up and left the empty venue. Seeing the witch wriggling her perky butt back into the crowd, André leaned back in his chair. Using one of his hands to support his chin, he muttered to himself, Cecil, no matter where you hide today, you won't be able to escape from the palm of my hand. Half an hour quickly passed. Following that, an old man wearing a black suit and carrying a small wooden mallet appeared on the stage. Everyone who was chatting outside began to enter the venue. In the blink of an eye, the empty hall was filled. Seeing that the guests had all taken their seats, the old man bowed in a very gentlemanly manner. He loudly announced, "Distinguished guests, ladies, gentlemen, I am the auctioneer, Abraham Chaff. It is my honor to be at your service. Now I officially announce that the auction officially begins." Chapter 725. Clap, 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 clap. Most of the people present gave him face and applauded one after another. Only an extremely small number of people who maintained their status remained unmoved. For example, André, who was disguised as Uhtred, merely sat there with a smile. Not to mention applauding, he didn't even bat an eyelid, as if he didn't have any expectations for this lively auction. In reality, he wasn't here to buy anything in the first place, but to search for traces of Cecil. Moreover, after seizing the wizard tower, just the magic materials stored in the underground warehouse were enough to last him 10 to 20 years of experiments. An auction like this that was mainly used to attract merchants, pirates, and gang members simply didn't have anything worthy of his attention. After waiting for the applause to die down a little, the old man who called himself Abraham Chaff raised his hands to signal for everyone to quiet down. He then put on a serious expression and continued, "As per the request of the leaders of the guilds, before I introduce the first item for sale, there are a few things I need to mention. As everyone knows, the entire Valen city is currently in a state of microcosm. It can also be said that it is in a state of chaos and disorder. The rat men, who had been silent for many years, have once again started a war. In order to achieve their evil goals, they have unscrupulously slaughtered, destroyed, and even spread the bestiality disease in the lower city. Even though the leaders have done their best to suppress them, the battlefront has inevitably expanded. In order to ensure the safety of everyone and their families, please move everything including your belongings to the upper city as soon as possible. The leaders of the guilds promise everyone that they will never let those filthy and ugly beasts take even half a step into this place. Finally, I ask everyone to believe in the strength of the guild. In at most half a month, we will completely exterminate the rat men and all the rebels, restoring order and prosperity to this city." It had to be said that his words were quite infectious. Many people who didn't know the inside story instantly calmed down after hearing this. At the very least, they weren't as uneasy as when they had first entered the venue. This was especially true for the smugglers who had blocked the entrance to the guild. One by one, they heaved a sigh of relief. After a short few seconds, thunderous applause once again rang out in the hall. At this moment, Willie Galt was sitting on the right side of André. He noticed the flash of mockery in the other party's eyes. He hurriedly and cautiously asked, "Master Uhtred, you seem to be disdainful of Abraham's words?" Glancing at the merchant beside him, André explained with a meaningful smile, If you knew the real situation in the lower city, I'm afraid you would be as disdainful as me. In reality, the situation in Valen City had completely gone out of control since last night. With the Rat Men's all-out attack, it was only a matter of time before the lower city fell. The only reason the guild was holding on was to wait for the Pirate King's fleet to return. If the Pirate King's fleet fails to defeat the Linton City Navy, then the archipelago will soon face a new master. If the losses in the battle are too great, then the result will be the same. You mean, the Rat Men might become the new ruler of Valen City? Willigalt subconsciously shivered and continued to ask in a low voice. As one of the greatest merchants in the Sardinia, he was extremely nervous about the changes in the situation. He was afraid that he would become a sacrifice in the cruel struggle if he wasn't careful. After all, in Orire, money wasn't equal to power, nor was it equal to authority. Especially for a nouveau riche like him, who had neither a noble title nor a professional rank. He was like a fattened pig in the eyes of many. Once he made a fatal mistake, he would immediately be torn apart by countless greedy, bloody mouths. It was because of this that he didn't dare to develop in a city under the rule of nobles. Instead, he chose the city of pirates, Valen. Only here could he receive protection and the opportunity to turn money into authority. No, most of the Rat Men come from poor backgrounds. They don't have enough wisdom and knowledge to rule a city, but the mastermind behind them is different. Alright, let's end this topic here. If you want to know more, you can find some time alone after the auction. I'll be happy to tell you what's happening in this city. André purposely revealed some half-truths, wanting to see how this wealthy merchant would react. Would he look for the leaders of the underground guilds and ask them to give him the greatest amount of protection? Or would he boldly continue to ask him questions so that he could choose a side and stand on the side of the true victor? However, the facts proved once again that anyone who could succeed had more or less real ability. There was absolutely no such thing as luck. Willigalt only pondered for half a minute before nodding solemnly. Thank you very much for your guidance. After the auction ends, I'll have the carriage wait for you at the back door. Please rest assured, as a merchant, I know that everything has value. At the same time, I'll also pay you a satisfactory reward after the auction. Of course, the promise at the door is still valid. No matter what you've taken a fancy to in this auction, I'll pay for it in full. In just a few sentences, he showed all the advantages of a successful merchant, including his sharp intuition, extraordinary courage, honest principles, and bold personality. It was no wonder that he could carve out a place for himself in this chaotic land where the strong preyed on the weak. André looked at the gray eyes of the merchant with admiration. After a full minute, he praised, "You're very good. You have all the qualities of a successful merchant, and you're brave enough to make a decision at a critical moment. Trust me, you won't regret your choice today." "I hope so. Although I'm very rich, I can't go any further. Whether it's the underground guilds or the pirates, they only use the smugglers as target. They won't even tell us the important information." After saying that, a bitter smile appeared on Willigalt's face. Someone once said that when a person had a huge amount of wealth and resources, they would inevitably have a strong political desire. In other words, they would crave for power. This was because only power could guarantee the safety of their personal and property. Only power could guarantee that they could continue to live a normal life without worrying about being slaughtered by those in power. Without a doubt, Willigalt already had a similar idea and was working hard in this direction. He would not allow anyone to interrupt this process, even if it meant paying a heavy price. Chapter 727. Knowing that Cecil was in this building, André was in a great mood. He smiled as he exposed the true nature of the so-called strengthening potion. In his opinion, something with such a huge flaw shouldn't be put into use at all. After all, to a person, there was nothing more important than maintaining a clear mind. If one couldn't even do this, then even if the potion could give one the strength of a dragon, it would still be a defective product. However, Willigalt obviously didn't think so. After hearing that it could give an ordinary person the muscles and explosive strength of a rank 5 warrior, he joined the bidding without hesitation. 150,000, 200,000, 250,000, 300,000, even though Valen City was only a pirate city filled with chaos and evil, the smugglers who lived here were all worth a fortune. Especially after escaping the high taxes of the nobles, they were even richer than many regular merchants. The only pity was that this money couldn't be seen in the light of day. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was crazily chasing after the magic potion, André stood up and silently left the auction hall. Apart from Maris, who was hidden in the crowd, almost no one noticed that he'd used a charm to easily deal with the guards and openly entered the backstage. To a high-level spellcaster, ordinary methods of positioning were completely useless. Whether it was the illusions created by illusions or the influence of enchantments on one's mind, they could all achieve their goals. Even if they were faced with an army of thousands, they could still easily escape. Passing through the narrow passageway, André quickly arrived at a warehouse filled with large amounts of auction items. Under the dim light, a pale-skinned man wearing a light purple robe was standing in front of a large wooden chest. It was the necromancer, Cecil himself. A faint smile hung on his face, as if he was very satisfied with the items in the chest. The fanaticism in his eyes made one shudder. Since his back was facing the chest, André couldn't see clearly what was inside. However, judging from the stench in the air, it was nothing more than the corpse of some creature, blood, organs, and the like. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the magic spying eye made by Angus. 2 small objects carved out of jade flashed with a silver light, instantly locking onto Cecil. Immediately after, Cecil entered the state of invisibility. They hovered in the air, one on the left and one on the right, monitoring the target from all angles. Even the most vigilant person would not be able to detect anything. Through the 2 spying eyes, André finally saw what was inside the box. It was a huge, pure black heart. Although it had been dug out of the body, it was still beating. As for the stench, it came from the residual blood. It had to be said that this strange heart had piqued his interest. He slowly came out from the shadows and asked in a playful tone, "Interesting. My dear Cecil, can you tell me who the owner of this heart is? A demon from hell? Or are they mutated behemoths affected by the power of hell?" The necromancer, who was immersed in joy, was startled. He quickly raised his head, and after seeing the appearance of the visitor, he immediately squeezed out a smile and bowed slightly with one hand on his chest. "Good evening, Master Woodard. It's a giant purgatory creature. I'm not too sure about the specific species. I didn't expect you to have the time to attend such a symbolic auction. How is it? The effect of the strengthening potion I gave you last time isn't bad, right?" André pretended to stroke the beard on his chin and gently nodded. "It's not bad. I tested it on a certain person and created a 3-meter-tall humanoid monster with extraordinary strength. Although it didn't have much effect, as a cheap magic potion, the effect is still pretty good. I just saw that you seem to have developed a new formula outside. It can actually be used on ordinary people?" "Ha ha ha ha. Yes, it's all thanks to your inspiration. You must know that in the past, I always focused on the changes in muscles and bones and neglected the importance of blood. Since I discovered that only blood can bring enough energy to the body, I concentrated on experimenting with the blood of hundreds of magic creatures and finally found a breakthrough. It's a pity. If the pirate King Francis had left a few days later, he would have been able to use this cheap and powerful magic potion. I really want to know how effective it is in actual combat." Cecil was obviously very proud of the formula he had invented. His face was full of pride. At the same time, it proved that he and Woodard had a very close relationship. There might even be some private agreements between them. In order to obtain more information, André deliberately took 2 steps forward. He pointed at the beating heart in the box and asked, "Don't tell me that this thing is the raw material for a new potion. You should be very clear that for ordinary people, the blood of this giant purgatory creature is too fierce. Even if you add in a neutralizing potion, it will still greatly shorten the lifespan of the drinker. For humans, their bodies will collapse in at most 3 years. The corner of Cecil's mouth rose slightly. He spread out his hands and replied, 3 years is enough. If they die too slowly, who will continue to buy my potions? If no one buys my potions, where will I get the funds to research new topics? Just like the saying goes, anyone who can become a mage is definitely not an idiot. Take a look at this necromancer. He had actually thought of shortening the lifespan of a product to stimulate sales. Even in the 21st century on Earth, he was a rare talent who could research and sell. After inwardly sighing that mages were indeed not easy to deal with, Andrei continued to probe, a very far-sighted idea. It looks like I have to have a whole new level of respect for you. However, I'm very curious. Where did you get the heart of a giant purgatory creature? After all, if a monster of this size were to appear in the material world, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. However, I don't seem to have received any reports of this recently. Could it be that there's a hidden power that came into contact with you? A hidden power? Ha 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 ha. Cecil suddenly laughed out loud without warning, teasing him as he laughed. My dearest Master Uhtred, is there any hidden power in Valen City that is stronger than you? Don't worry, I only accepted an invitation from an underground guild to help them complete a magic ritual. That's all. Underground guild? Andrei suddenly seemed to understand something. His eyes flashed with a meaningful light. Chapter 728. Of course it's the Underground Guild. How else do you think a mere 5th-rank mage like me would be able to obtain the heart of a giant purgatory creature? Cecil didn't seem to notice the change in the atmosphere as he confidently revealed the channels through which he obtained the raw materials. Perhaps to him, there was no difference whether it was Uhtred or the Underground Guild. As long as he could continue his research, it didn't matter even if the two groups of people fought each other. Andrei's sharp senses picked up on this hidden attitude. He purposely sneered and threatened, I'm warning you, it's best if you don't get involved with the underground guilds, especially with their recent plans. The further you stay, the better. Otherwise, I'll treat you as an enemy. I believe you should be clear on how I treat my enemies, right? Hee, are you threatening me? Cecil's eyes inadvertently flashed with a red light, followed by a dangerous smile. No, this is a warning. My plan has reached a critical juncture, and I won't allow anyone to ruin it. Perhaps you don't know who you're working with, so I don't mind telling you directly. The Underground Guild is currently working with the forces of Hell. The devil in human skin, Casimir Kiz, has concocted a scheme. He's attempting to summon the projection of a greater devil and turn this archipelago into a base for devils in the material world. A sacrificial summoning of this level requires at least a 5th-rank mage to personally preside over it. Do you think I'll sit idly by and watch you join their camp? Not only did Andrei not retreat because of the other party's dangerous aura, he even took 2 more steps forward. His entire body emitted a terrifying aura, and white electric arcs shot out from his fingertips, making crackling sounds. Perhaps Cecil's display of strength was effective, or perhaps Cecil didn't intend to fight against a mage whose level was nearly double his own. In short, the deadlock lasted for less than 10 seconds before the necromancer took 2 steps back, placing one hand on his chest as he bowed slightly. All right, I accept your warning, and I guarantee that I won't side with either side before a victor is decided. But as a friend, I think I need to remind you that if you want to take complete control of Valen City, you must first resolve the problem of the Mage Tower. If you can't deal with the remaining masters, especially Gerald, then even if you defeat the guild. Before he could finish his sentence, Cecil abruptly discovered that Uhtred, who was standing in front of him, had his body and appearance rapidly distorting. In the blink of an eye, He had completely transformed into another person who caused Cecil's heart to tremble in fright. Gerald Jenkinson. The necromancer called out the name in a trembling voice while resisting the urge to turn around and flee. Go on. You haven't finished what you just said. I want to hear how you plan to deal with me, Andre took advantage of the moment when the other party bowed and drank a bottle of transformation potion. He imitated Gerald Jenkinson's tone and stared at the shivering necromancer as if he was looking at a dead man. As someone who knew a little about psychology, he was very clear that if he wanted to gain the upper hand in a battle of wills, he had to first destroy the opponent's psychological defenses and make them fall into a state of panic, helplessness, and anxiety. It was only in this state that people were most likely to make mistakes, and even reveal some of the secrets hidden in the depths of their hearts. Without a doubt, Gerald Jenkinson was the most frightening mage in this archipelago. He controlled the mage tower, and as long as he was willing, he could easily turn the entire city into a purgatory of power. Even the Pirate King would have to be courteous to him, and he could definitely bring immense pressure to anyone. The sudden upheaval caused Cecil's entire body to turn cold. Fear dominated his brain within a few seconds, and sweat continuously flowed down his forehead. After a full minute, he forced out a bitter smile and asked, "When did you discover my relationship with Uhtred?" "When?" The corner of Andre's mouth rose slightly, and he replied in a playful tone, "In fact, from the beginning when you two started to collude with each other, I have been secretly paying attention to it. However, seeing that the pirates needed you to research potions, I didn't interfere for the time being." Then Uhtred. Cecil clenched his teeth and asked in a trembling voice. "Uhtred is dead. I personally cut off his head. Why, do you want to see it?" Andre was very clear that the necromancer's will was crumbling. He threw out another heavy piece of information, hoping to create an even stronger fear in the other party so that he could achieve his goal. Dead. Cecil's two red pupils instantly contracted. He subconsciously put his hand into the spellcasting material bag hanging at his waist, nervously preparing for battle. He still didn't quite believe that a 9th-rank necromancer would be killed so easily. Even if the opponent was a 12th-rank necromancer, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape even if he couldn't win. Andre sneered and spread out his hands. "That's right, he's dead. After he revealed all his cards, he was no longer of any use to me. If I didn't quickly get rid of him, would I have kept him by my side and carefully guarded against him? You are a smart person, so I believe you should be able to understand this point." Cecil nodded his head with a grave expression. "Yes, there is no need for an enemy that can be exploited to exist. The sooner I get rid of him, the better. However, I have a question. Since you know about my relationship with Uhtred, why did you disguise yourself as him? Couldn't you have just sent someone to capture or kill him?" "No, that would be too violent. You would have accidentally lost a lot of useful clues." Andre stretched out a finger and shook it twice in front of Cecil's face, using a tone full of ridicule as he spoke. "You know what? Actually, I have always had huge doubts about your origin. The reason is very simple. First, the timing of your appearance is full of coincidences. Francis was just thinking about increasing the fighting strength of his pirates when you appeared with an unprecedented potion formula. Secondly, your daily behavior isn't like a normal person's, especially when it comes to keeping secrets. You actually avoided everyone when eating and drinking. Lastly, and also the most important point, you didn't show any desire from the start. As a human, as long as you are alive, you will have desires. The basic physiological needs, the pursuit of power, the thirst for money, the desire to possess the opposite sex, the tireless research and exploration of knowledge and power, but I found that you weren't interested in any of these. Don't you feel that your every move is full of doubts?" Chapter 729. Andre easily found a lot of abnormalities in Cecil through the records he retrieved from the Magus Tower. Other necromancers wished they could stay in the Magus Tower 24 hours a day to study, research, and experiment, but Cecil was different. He would only appear in the Magus Tower when he lacked magic materials or was looking for information. He was nowhere to be found the rest of the time. No matter how one looked at it, he was like a spy sent by some other faction. However, Andre couldn't figure out why the real Gerald Jenkinson would allow someone like him to stay in the Magus Tower. Could it be that he really didn't care that his territory was like a sieve, and that anyone could come and go as they pleased? Or was there some unspeakable secret hidden in there? The longer Andre stayed in this chaos city, the more he discovered that there were too many undercurrents hidden in the remote Sardinia Islands. Just the hidden factions he knew so far were the Black Blade, the Infernal Devils, and the Shadow Web. On the surface there were too many to count, such as the Ratmen, pirates, secret Magus Tower, underground guilds, smugglers' associations, and small gangs with dozens of members. It was like a tangled mess, and it was harder to find any clues than to reach the heavens. He couldn't be sure if this necromancer in front of him came from another hidden faction. Cecil lowered his head, and seemed to be seriously considering how to give a reasonable explanation. Just as he opened his mouth slightly to say something, a strange energy wave appeared in the air. The next second, a cloud of white translucent fog suddenly emerged from the darkness, and directly wrapped around Cecil. His body quickly melted into the fog, and then flew out of the back door at an extremely fast speed, leaving no chance for anyone to stop him. Oh? Spiritualization. It seems that there is indeed a secret organization behind him. This game is getting more and more interesting. Andre's mouth curved into a beautiful arc as he narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Spiritualization, also known as nihilization, was the complete transformation of the physical body into another special substance, such as a gaseous state, a liquid state, a soul state, and so on. In short, it was to break away from the shackles of the physical body, making physical attacks completely ineffective. Some could even pass through walls, roofs, and the ground, avoiding the pursuit of enemies. In arcane magic, there were many spells that could allow a mage to spiritualize. Similarly, many magical creatures could do the same through their bloodline talent. Looking at the white fog that was quickly disappearing from his sight, Andre did not choose to give chase. Instead, he used the secret imprint to contact Angus. How is it? The demon spying eye didn't lose its target, did it? Don't worry, the magic eye is less than 10 meters away from them. I guarantee that even if they use teleportation today, they won't be able to escape my tracking. The bald wizard in the wizard tower far away replied with a message. Very good, keep a close eye on them. I want to see who is hiding behind them. After saying that, Andre glanced at the giant heart that was emitting a foul stench. He drank another bottle of transformation potion and turned back into Uhtred, leaving the backstage area. Ever since he had discovered the benefits of transforming into another person, he had begun to irredeemably love this powerful transformation arcane technique. This was especially true when he was playing tricks, as it often had unimaginable effects. First, he used the identity of Uhtred to lower Cecil's vigilance. Then, he used the identity of Gerald Jenkinson to scare him out of his wit. It was precisely because of the huge difference between the two identities that Andre was able to break through the necromancer's psychological defenses, forcing him to take the initiative to reveal a flaw. Of course, this kind of trick could only be used once. After all, being able to become a wizard meant that one was very smart, and smart people would definitely not fall at the same place twice. After leaving the backstage area, Andre did not return to the auction hall. Instead, he went directly to the back door of the carriage where he was parked. He stood quietly in the shadows under the eaves, like a quiet owl, silently waiting for the auction to end. After discovering that Cecil was not alone, nor had he formed an alliance with an underground guild, he was in no hurry to get rid of him and prevent Casimir Kiz from summoning the Archdevil's projection. As someone who was determined to take control of this archipelago, he did not simply want to get rid of the pirates and the underground guild. Instead, he wanted to create a secret base of his own. Since it was a secret base, he naturally had to dig out all the secret organizations hidden within Valen City and clean them up. If he wanted to clean up the secret organizations, he had to force them out of the shadows. It was very obvious that Cecil's disguise had been seen through. The next step would be to see who he would meet and what countermeasures he would take. Just as André was immersed in his thoughts, a burst of enthusiastic cheers suddenly sounded from the main entrance. Not long after, the guests began to leave the auction hall one after another. There was no need to ask to know that the auction had ended. The bored coachmen quickly searched for their employers in the crowd and immediately drove their carriages to bring their employers home. Due to the narrow streets and the large number of carriages, the scene was extremely chaotic. However, this had nothing to do with André. He silently cast an invisibility spell on himself and directly entered a carriage with a snake symbol. He closed his eyes and began to rest. Not long after, the ignorant coachman began to call out to the two fine horses and slowly moved forward. Roughly a minute later, Willie Galt, who was hugging a leather bag of potions, opened the carriage door and sat down on the chair. He impatiently took out a small bottle of potion that flickered with a faint purple light and carefully examined it. He then placed it next to his nose and sniffed hard. Just as he unscrewed the stopper and considered whether or not to taste it, he suddenly heard a familiar voice by his ear. "If I were you, I wouldn't touch this thing. Even though it can bring great power, the price is that you can only live for 3 years at most. I've already discussed this with the maker, so please do not doubt its authenticity." As the last word left his mouth, André's invisibility spell completely disappeared and he slowly revealed himself in front of the merchant. Willie Galt was so scared that he trembled and almost threw the potion in his hand away. But after recognizing who it was, he immediately bitterly smiled and complained, "Oh, damn it. Master, your method of appearing and disappearing like a ghost is too frightening. You must know that my heart isn't very good and can't take too much stimulation. Otherwise, it would easily cause my illness to act up. Who knows, I might not even be able to catch my breath before I'm sent to another world." Chapter 730. Looking at the merchant's eyes that were filled with fear and respect, André comforted him with a smile. Relax, there's no need to be so nervous. I just don't want anyone to see me. Otherwise, I might encounter a lot of unnecessary trouble." "Trouble?" Willie Galt carefully put the potion back into the leather pouch, his eyebrows furrowed together. "That's right. Trouble." André nodded lightly. "I believe that with your insight, you should be able to tell that the situation has reached a point of no return. The entirety of Valen City is quickly splitting into two camps. One is the original forces led by the underground guilds and the Pirate Alliance, and the other is the hidden forces that are challenging their rule. I happen to not belong to the former. Do you understand?" Saying that, he leaned back and looked at the merchant's reaction with a meaningful gaze. Willie Galt was obviously shocked by this news. Cold sweat broke out all over his body, and only after a full minute did he let out a helpless sigh. "Master, you've really made me suffer. If the leaders of the guilds find out, I won't be able to continue doing business in the Sardinia Islands, and I won't even be able to protect my life." "Ha ha 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 ha. Don't worry, the leaders of the guilds can't even take care of themselves right now. The pirate fleet will take at least a week to return. So what if they find out? I have enough backup plans waiting for them." André laughed and waved his hand, looking like he didn't care about his opponent at all. He was very clear about the merchant's nature, so he purposely put on a strong front. That was the only way he could firmly take the initiative in the following conversation and make the merchant a useful chess piece, a qualified subordinate that would submit to him. There was a saying that if you wanted to gain a person's 100% loyalty, then you must first plant a seed of fear in his heart. Then, you must take care of it carefully and let this seed take root and germinate until it grows into a towering tree. Only with fear in one's heart would people constantly remind themselves not to touch the red line, or else they would pay a painful price that they couldn't bear. What André needed to do now was to plant fear in the heart of this smuggler in front of him, deep fear. Fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Fear that made him unable to sleep at night whenever he thought of it. Otherwise, with the greedy and selfish nature of merchants, even if they surrendered now, it wouldn't be long before they started to stir again. As a soul from the 21st century on Earth, André hated the disorder and chaos in the Sardinia Islands, and even more hated the commercial competition here. But if he wanted to establish order, he had to obtain the support of the local forces. The Ratman's loyalty was enough to control the situation in the lower structure, while the upper structure needed the approval of the merchants. At the very least, there had to be someone who had enough prestige to take the lead. Willie Gault was not an idiot. He knew his value, and he also knew why a powerful spellcaster would sit in his carriage. After hesitating for a few seconds, he quickly said, "Master Uhtred, I think I understand what you mean. But as a businessman, before I make a choice, I have to consider the risks and rewards. I hope you can give me some information that I can use for reference." André agreed without hesitation. "Sure, it's a very reasonable request. Tell me, what kind of information do you want to know?" "Strength. I want to know how strong you or the forces behind you are, and whether they are strong enough to fight against the guilds and pirates." Willie Gault did not beat around the bush and directly raised the question he was most concerned about. As a merchant, especially a smuggler with huge assets, he needed the protection and support of a powerful force more than anyone else. If he lost this layer of protection, then his huge assets would not bring him a luxurious life, but would instead become a fatal poison. After all, the Olio continent had always been in a relatively barbaric and primitive state. Mercenaries, adventurers, thieves, swindlers, schemers, cults, and so on were everywhere, filling every corner of human society. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them. Once they found a rich merchant who had neither power nor protection, they would definitely rob him without question. Although Willie Gault had already prepared in this regard and specially spent a large amount of gold coins to raise a private guard of 50 people, who knew if these people would betray him under the temptation of huge benefits and directly kill their employer and abscond with the money after losing the protection of a powerful force. There was a saying on the road that said, "A commoner needs 3 generations of hard work to become a real noble from the time he obtained a title and land." This was because he needed time to train people who were loyal to him bit by bit. One of the important reasons why the feudal system was more stable than any other ruling situation was because of inheritance. The more ancient a noble was, the deeper their foundation was. The servants, butlers, coachmen, maids, retainers, soldiers, and so on by their side usually served them for generations. Their loyalty was ridiculously high, not to mention the huge network of relationships brought about by the marriage between each other. However, it was a pity that Willie Gault had only used a total of 10 years to make his fortune. He had not even been able to obtain a noble title until now. As the saying went, if the title was not legitimate, the words would not follow. In this hierarchical world, if one did not have a strong personal strength or a noble title, the mercenaries and adventurers that were recruited would at most treat him as an employer. Their relationship with him would be limited to working for money, and not from the bottom of their hearts. The former only needed to fulfill their obligations. If they found that the situation was too dangerous, they could give up the mission at any time. If they were more like bandits, they might even kill the employer before they left and rob the employer of his last copper coin. As for the latter, it was a sacred contract that was passed down from father to son. At the same time, it was also a rule under the dual restrictions of morality and law. Whether it was the retainers or the servants, they were tightly bound to the nobles. Most of the time, they had no choice but to live and die with the nobles that they were loyal to. The huge prejudice caused the treatment of the nobles and the merchants to be completely different. The nobles were the well-deserved ruling class, while the merchants were the vassals that could only rely on the nobles to survive. No matter how much money they earned, they could not guarantee the safety of their lives and wealth. This was because the people living on this land stubbornly believed that the nobles were noble, the symbol of order and law, and could bring them a stable life. On the other hand, the merchants were treacherous. They only knew how to plunder wealth and do everything they could to earn the last copper coin. Chapter 731. This was also why even in the highly developed Lincoln City, the first thing every merchant would do after making a fortune was to find a way to obtain a noble's title, arrange marriages, donate large amounts of wealth to the city hall, and obtain military merits by bribing the city's defense forces. In short, in order to achieve their goals, they would do almost anything. For merchants who had accumulated large amounts of wealth in a short period of time, there was nothing more important than changing their social class as soon as possible. Willie Gault had set his sights on the gaps in Vallon City's power structure. He wanted to establish a foundation here and use his influence to slowly change the chaotic environment, establishing a noble system similar to other cities. Once he did this, his descendants would be able to take this opportunity to become true nobles. Of course, this plan couldn't be completed in a short period of time. He had secretly made preparations to struggle for 30 years, but now that the situation in the city was rapidly deteriorating, he had to seriously consider whether he should leave this broken ship that was about to sink. Looking at the merchant's nervous expression, André smiled and said unhurriedly, "I can assure you that our strength is very strong, strong enough to completely destroy the rule of the guilds and the pirates. Many hidden forces, including the Ratmen, have already pledged their allegiance. In terms of military strength, even if the pirate fleet returns safely, it will be useless. However, you know that if we want to establish a complete rule, military strength alone won't be enough. I also need financial support, especially in a remote place like the Sardinia Islands. No matter what, we can't lack merchants. In fact, you don't need to be in a hurry to pick a side, and I don't need any financial support. You only need to help me contact some merchants and have them remain neutral in this war. Once the dust has settled, we can talk about the rest. How about it? My conditions are very generous, aren't they? You're saying that even without our help, you can take care of the underground guilds and the pirates at the same time?" Willie Gault could no longer maintain his calm and stood up from his chair in shock. André smiled and nodded. "Yes, I've already made a plan. Whether it's the guilds or the pirate alliance, I've buried chess pieces. The moment the fleet returns to the port, I will become the new master of these islands. Now tell me your choice. Enemies? Neutral? Or friends?" Willie Gault narrowed his eyes, his brain working at full speed, thinking about the gains and losses. After a full 3 minutes, he took a deep breath and replied in a low voice, "Allies. I choose to be your ally. However, there is a condition. Our alliance must be a secret agreement, and no third party must know about it." "Haha. A very wise choice. Don't worry, I swear that I won't tell a second person about today's conversation. I also solemnly promise that as long as you can rope in enough merchants within a week, I will give you the power you want after the matter is done, and you can even become a member of the ruling class. But if I find out that you're secretly leaking information to the guild, then I'm sorry, but you and your family won't live to see the next day. Remember, keep an eye on that stupid son of yours. His character is too easily used by others. I don't want to cause irreversible consequences because of some small mistake." André's words could be said to be a combination of kindness and severity. Not only did they contain the threat of death, but they also gave the other party what they desired the most. He was very clear that a simple threat would only attract a strong resistance, while a simple temptation would only draw out the demon of greed. Only by combining the two could a person's loyalty be guaranteed. At least, it was unlikely that they would betray him in the short term. No problem, I promise to contact at least 12 powerful smugglers for you within 3 days. In addition, my son won't take a single step out of the house before the turmoil in Valen City ends, and I won't tell him the secret of today's meeting. Willie Galt didn't try to haggle over the original price and directly agreed to all the conditions. To him, things like contacting merchants were a piece of cake. After all, as a big shot standing at the top of the business circle in the archipelago, he controlled countless channels. Many merchants relied on these channels to transport their goods, so it was all too easy to rope in a dozen or so people to remain neutral. Seeing that the merchant in front of him was so tactful, a satisfied smile appeared on Andre's face. Very good, then I'll leave all of this to you. One last thing, I need to preserve the current business environment in Valen City. I believe you know what to do. Preserve the current business environment? Willie Galt stroked the beard on his chin and thought for a moment. He immediately nodded and replied, in theory, yes, but I can't guarantee that there won't be any accidents. You have to know that the turmoil in the lower city has completely destroyed the market, especially the hawkers. I'm worried that they won't be able to last more than a few days. Haha, don't worry. Although the situation in the lower city is very chaotic right now, order will be restored in 3 to 5 days at most. At that time, I hope you can find a way to transport some daily necessities over to prevent a collapse in prices. With that, Andre stared into the merchant's eyes and waited for his reply. Although it's a bit difficult, I think I can still do it. Willie Galt knew the consequences of a collapse in prices. As a merchant, the last thing he wanted to see was a collapse in prices. This meant that the most important part of the Sardinia's fragile economic system, the collapse of the lower structure, would take at least a dozen years to recover. Very good, I'm starting to think more and more highly of your abilities. Let's end our conversation here. If you don't have any other questions, I'll take my leave first. With that, Andre left his seat and reached out to open the door. He was now a little impatient to return to the wizard tower and see where Cecil's nest was and what the white fog that saved him was. Wait! Willie Galt quickly shouted, and took out 2 exquisite wooden boxes from his bosom and presented them with both hands. Master, these are the things you bought at the auction. I specially brought them for you after paying for the goods. You're really considerate. In order to show my sincerity, I'll let you see my true appearance. As these words left his mouth, Andre quickly dispelled the effects of the transformation magic and returned to his original appearance in just a few seconds. The sudden change made Willie Galt tremble in fright. He cried out involuntarily, You're not Master Uhtred. Who are you? Chapter 732. Who am I? That's a good question. The corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile. You can understand it as Uhtred being a chess piece that we placed in the Sardinia Islands. There are 7 other similar chess pieces. Some time ago, due to special reasons, I executed a portion of them, and he happened to be one of them. Executed? Willie Galt's face instantly turned pale, and his voice was trembling. As an ordinary person without any power, he simply couldn't believe that a powerful spellcaster with terrifying power would be executed. Andre was very satisfied with the merchant's current appearance. He chuckled and replied, That's right, it's an execution. You should understand that when some chess pieces are left to their own devices for too long, they will have some unrealistic fantasies. For example, they think that they can get rid of control and obtain more power, or they feel that the people above are just SOSO, and that I can do better than them. In short, there will never be a lack of idiots who feel good about themselves in this world, so I used a little trick to get rid of those disobedient fellows. Do you understand this explanation? After hearing this, Willie Galt only felt his hands and feet turn cold, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. After half a minute, He took a deep breath and nodded with a bitter smile. I understand. A similar situation has happened in my Chamber of Commerce. Please rest assured, I've never been a smart person, and at the same time, I'm also a merchant who has never violated the contract. I will never do anything to betray you. He knew very well that this was a warning and threat, and also a warning. Once he made a move that he should not have, his whole family would be killed immediately. Needless to say, just the ability to appear and disappear unpredictably, as well as the spell to transform into another person at will, was not something that a mere smuggler could resist. The power of magic was really too strong. It was so strong that Willie Galt didn't have any thoughts of resistance. He didn't even care about the surprised eyes of the coachman. He crawled on the ground and kissed Andre's boots to show his submission. Looking at the merchant kneeling in front of him, Andre knew that the seed of fear had been planted. A trace of satisfaction flashed across his eyes and he said slowly, "Very good, I like your attitude, and I like your character even more. Do your best to complete the mission, and I can give you everything you want. But there's one thing you must remember, and that's that I have zero tolerance for betrayal." Understood. My family and I are willing to be your most loyal servants. Willie Galt lowered his head and loudly expressed his loyalty. Although his huge fortune might be swallowed up by this dangerous young man in front of him, he knew that as long as he could rely on a true powerhouse, so what if he went bankrupt? There was a famous Dragonblood clan on the southern coast. The history of their clan was a classic example of how they would kneel down and lick the strong. Even the most shameless person would lower their head in shame after reading it, lamenting that they were inferior to others. First, they gave all the wealth that their clan had accumulated for 5 generations to a male red dragon called Nile. Then, they gave all the females in the clan to the dragon to play with and humiliate until they were pregnant, leaving only mixed-blood descendants. Using these children who had half of the red dragon's blood flowing in their veins, the originally down-and-out clan quickly became prosperous. In just 10 years, they had successfully controlled the city they were in and used it as their foundation to spread to the surrounding areas. If it wasn't for the suppression of the churches of the good gods, they might have already established an evil dragon kingdom. Of course, in order to ensure that the power in their bloodline would not decrease, after they obtained a huge territory, they still served the red dragon like servants. Every year, they gave half of their taxes to Nile. At the same time, they chose the most beautiful virgins in the clan for him to humiliate. After giving birth to offspring, they would then marry within the clan to ensure that the power of the red dragon in their bloodline would continue to be passed down. Until now, this clan had 25 warriors who had awakened the power of the dragon's blood and 5 dragon sorcerers who had awakened their talents. It could be said that they were extremely tyrannical. There was no one who dared to say anything about them. Even the Church of the God of Justice did not dare to speak up because they were afraid that once the Dragonblood clan was eradicated, the red dragon called Nile would fly out of its cave to burn and pillage, bringing endless pain and destruction. In Orire, power was wealth. Power was authority. Power was status. And among all the power systems, the most powerful was undoubtedly beautiful magic. Even in his dreams, Willie Galt longed to be able to curry favor with a powerful mage. It was also because of this that he accepted the business of purchasing from the mage tower that had no profit. Sometimes he even had to pay for it with gold coins. His purpose was to fight for a place for his children to enter the mage tower to study. Now that he suddenly had the opportunity to serve a powerful mage, how could he miss it? If he spent all his money, he could earn more. If he lost money, he could start over again. But if the opportunity slipped away, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Although he estimated that he would have to bear a huge risk, but a huge risk also meant a huge reward. He had always been very confident in his luck. Looking at the fearful yet fanatical eyes of the merchant, Andre laughed out loud without warning. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, I didn't think that with your background, you would have such courage. Tell me, what do you want, or rather, what do you desire the most? I like people who are ambitious, especially if their ambition hasn't been replaced by ambition. Magic. I desire for my clan to be able to obtain the power of magic. Without any hesitation, Willie Galt loudly stated his wish. Magic. Andre looked up and down at the merchant, then shook his head with a smile. I'm sorry, you and your stupid son do not have the talent to become a mage. To be more precise, you are not smart enough. You must know that having a brain that surpasses that of ordinary people is the foundation of learning magic. At the same time, it is also the only requirement to learn magic. Willie Galt helplessly sighed and explained with a bitter smile. I understand what you are saying, but it's okay, I still have other descendants. In fact, I have a total of 6 wives, 40 concubines, and countless female slaves. So currently I have 12 sons and 20 daughters. The one you met today is only the eldest son. When he was young, I was busy expanding my business, so I neglected the problem of education. When I realized it, it was already too late, so I could only choose to give up and work hard to raise other children. Chapter 733. Oh? I didn't expect you to be so capable in this area. You actually gave birth to 32 children before the age of 50. Andre widened his eyes in surprise as he sized up the slightly plump merchant in front of him. Oraire was a multicultural world, and it was very open in terms of marriage and sex. Although many gods who were inclined towards order advocated monogamy to maintain the purity and sanctity of marriage, to the rich and powerful, this was meaningless. Of course, in order to hide it from the public, most people in the upper class would only marry one wife or husband. Usually it was a political marriage. After giving birth to a healthy heir, the husband and wife would have completed their duties. In the future, whether it was finding a lover or taking care of one's face, it was the individual's freedom. At least, this was the case when the two families were of similar strength. In some extreme countries, such as the Great Kamla Desert, the chiefs of some large oases even had hundreds of beautiful wives and concubines. Other than a few trusted aides, the ordinary male members might not even touch a woman in their lives. In addition, for those high-grade professionals with terrifying power, the so-called monogamy was even more superficial. They did not even need to look for one themselves. Countless nobles and wealthy merchants would fight to send the most beautiful women in their families to their door. The purpose was to integrate healthy and excellent bloodlines into the family. Lastly, the goddess of love advocated that there was no need to suppress the desires in one's heart. She advocated to pursue true love and enjoy the happiness that came with sex. It had to be said that her promiscuous teachings were very popular among the young people in the upper class. Every once in a while, a so-called sacred ceremony would be held in the temple. The priests would lead the believers to have unscrupulous sexual intercourse. It was said that when the god of gods did not close the passage to the material world, the goddess of love would occasionally join in and teach the young and handsome men how to please women. Obviously, with the physical fitness of an ordinary person, he was either gifted or a believer of the goddess of love. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have sex with hundreds of women and give birth to more than 30 children in just a dozen years. A smuggler who believed in the goddess of love? Just thinking about it made people feel very interested. Unknowingly, the corners of Andre's mouth curled up, revealing a playful smile. Willie Galt was a little scared. He raised his head carefully and asked, "Sir, do you have any questions?" No, your request is not excessive. How about this? Tomorrow at noon or in the afternoon, bring your children between the ages of 5 and 14 to the Magus Tower. I'll arrange for them to take a test. Those who pass can stay and learn arcane spells. However, you should know that the cost of learning magic is very high. Although you are very rich, you may not be able to support too many apprentices. Andre suggested with a smile. It just so happened that Angus was planning to reform and expand the number of apprentices. It was not a big deal to put 1 or 2 mediocre apprentices in. After all, he was not paying for it. Thank you very much. However, is it really all right for my son and daughter to enter the Mage Tower with such fanfare? Will Master Gerald Jenkinson? He knew who the real owner of the secret Mage Tower was, so he wasn't sure if he could keep his promise. Andre curled his lips in disdain and replied with a sneer, "Don't worry, Gerald Jenkinson is dead. He was killed by my scheme. Now I am the master of the Mage Tower. If I say so, then so be it." What? How is that possible? Willie Galt could not believe what he had just heard. He had found it hard to accept the news of Uhtred's death. Now that he knew that the most powerful spellcaster in Valen City had been killed by this young man, he was in a state of shock. After all, in his opinion, whether it was Uhtred or Gerald Jenkinson, they were all powerful people who could release terrifying spells with a wave of their hand. In addition, mages paid special attention to self-defense. How terrifying must one's power be to be able to kill the two of them in such a short time? As someone who had never studied magic systematically, he could not understand the microsecond details of a magic duel. Most of the time, it was not the more powerful or the higher the level of the spell that was the most powerful. Instead, it was the spells that had been precisely calculated and were the most deadly. In the book, The Encyclopedia of Magic Duels, a witness had once calculated that 30% of the mages who participated in duels died from the first-level arcane spell, Magic Missile. Among them, there was no lack of high-ranked mages above the 10th level. The reason was simple. This spell was the fastest and easiest to release, and it had the special attribute of being sure to hit its target. As long as it could break through the opponent's defense, it could kill the enemy in a minute. Therefore, the level of a mage did not mean absolute strength. Only mages who could fully utilize their advantages and integrate their wisdom into battle tactics were truly terrifying opponent. Looking at the merchant's frightened eyes, Andre could not help but feel a wave of sadness for him. He knew that this was a huge difference in perspective. Perhaps in the merchant's understanding, a level 12 mage like Gerald Jenkinson who could cast level 6 spells was already an invincible existence. Little did he know that in the shadows of the world, there was a group of legendary mages who could kill the gods. Power. I still need more power. After silently shouting in his heart, Andre picked up the things he bought at the auction and opened the door of the carriage. Without turning his head, he said, "I don't have to lie to you. Gerald Jenkinson is really dead. His soul has even been extracted and made into a soul crystal. If you don't believe me, you can come to the Mage Tower tomorrow and verify it with your own eyes. I will arrange for an apprentice to wait at the entrance. All right, that's all for today. I still have other things to do. Goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped down from the galloping carriage. At the moment when his feet were about to touch the ground, a strong flame and hot air flow immediately appeared around his body. He really flew into the sky like a cannonball. Without a doubt, this was one of the abilities given by the Prince of Fire Elements, Flame Flight. Watching Andre disappear into the night sky, Willie Galt quickly came back to his senses. He smiled bitterly and sighed, "Flying? What an enviable ability! It seems that I have made a good choice this time." Chapter 734. Master, who was that man? The coachman turned around and asked in a trembling voice. Willie Galt did not answer the question. He pulled open the window, took out his crossbow, and pulled the trigger without saying a word. As a cautious businessman, he always carried this small weapon for self-defense. He would not take it off even when he was in bed with a woman. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 poisoned crossbow bolts pierced through the air and pierced into the weak body. The coachman's eyes widened as he glanced at his chest in disbelief. With a plop, he rolled off the seat and was crushed by the heavy wheels. He was instantly dead. He did not understand why his master wanted to kill him. "Idiot! Do you think I'll let you live after hearing such confidential information?" Willie Gault muttered to himself. He did not even look at the corpse. He went to the coachman's seat and drove the carriage back to his mansion. Although the coachman had been with him for many years and had always been loyal and had never betrayed him, he still decided to kill him just to be on the safe side and prevent any accidents from happening. One must know that participating in a coup was no small matter. If news of this were to leak out, with the brutal style of the Underground Guild, there was basically no chance of survival. Sacrificing a mere coachman was nothing. Even if they wanted him to kill his own son, it would not be a problem. In Orire, a primitive and barbaric world, people generally had a very strange way of thinking. That was, the family's interests were above everything else. They would not even blink an eye if they had to sacrifice their own flesh and blood. Even the person who was sacrificed would feel that it was an honor and would gladly accept it. Of course, those who were selfish were the exception. In the central control room of the underground mage tower, Angus was staring at the image shown in the magic mirror. His head was full of tattoos, and it looked so scary. Of course, it was only on the surface. In fact, he was one of the few people in the mage tower who was willing to set and abide by the rules. Unless he made a mistake, he would not easily torture or punish the apprentices. He would also not use the apprentices for cruel human experiment. Unfortunately, the apprentices didn't know about this. Moreover, judging a book by its cover was a common problem for most ordinary people. Therefore, as long as he was present, the apprentices and odd-job workers didn't even dare to breathe loudly, fearing that they would accidentally bring a fatal disaster upon themselves. But at this moment, Angus obviously didn't have the time to care about the psychological activities of the two trembling girls behind him. Without even turning his head, he asked, "How is it? Have you recorded the route just now?" "Yes, master. I've already recorded it. Please take a look." One of the girls, who had short brown hair and a round face, took 2 steps forward and presented a piece of parchment that was covered with dense lines with both hands. "Master, I've also completed my work here. The magic eye has detected a total of 42 arcane spiritual light. 14 of them are magic traps with damaging properties, while the rest are mostly illusions and alarms." Another oval-faced, slightly charming girl handed over the parchment in her hand. "Very good. Your work ends here. You may leave." Angus took the 2 pieces of parchment and waved his hand lightly. He lowered his head and began to carefully read the content recorded on them. The 2 girls, who were about 15 or 16 years old, didn't dare to disturb him. They quickly bowed and turned to walk towards the door. Just as they were about to push the door open, it was suddenly kicked open from another direction. A young man with an eye patch over his left eye and a wooden expression walked in. He was none other than André, who had just returned to the wizard tower. The girls were obviously shocked. They hurriedly moved to the sides and respectfully stood where they were, greeting in a low voice, "Welcome back, Tower Master." André nodded. He didn't pay much attention to the frightened acolytes. He went straight to the bald wizard's side and asked with a slightly curious tone, "How is it? Have you figured out who Cecil and the forces behind him are?" Angus pointed at the dim and blurry image in the mirror and replied, "You've guessed correctly. This fellow is a vampire spawn, and the fog that saved him is a pure-blooded vampire. These 2 fellows usually hide in the depths of the underground tombs in the upper city. It's no wonder they haven't shown themselves for so many years." Vampire spawn? Damn it. Could it be that Cecil wasn't checked when he entered the wizard tower? I remember that according to the previous rules, no matter if one is a wizard, an acolyte, or an errand boy, one has to determine their race and ethnicity? André frowned and gritted his teeth as he complained. It was important to know that although a vampire spawn wasn't a complete vampire, they were no longer living beings. They were undead through and through, relying on negative energy to survive. For a corpse like this that was walking around, a little probing would immediately tell that something was wrong. Cecil, on the other hand, had openly lived among a group of wizards for so many years. It was simply inconceivable. That's right. Everyone who enters the Wizard Tower must undergo a check. However, according to the records, Cecil was still a pure-blooded human when he first entered the Wizard Tower. He didn't have the slightest bit of negative energy. Angus helplessly shrugged as he explained. He didn't expect that the necromancer he had worked with so many times was actually a true undead. Moreover, he was an extremely dangerous vampire spawn. Human? André raised his eyebrows in surprise. He squinted his eyes and muttered to himself, "This means he was turned into a vampire after entering the Wizard Tower as a human?" Angus hesitated for a few seconds before replying in an uncertain tone, "It should be. I'm not very sure about this because I hadn't arrived at the Sardinia Islands when Cecil joined the Wizard Tower. However, the Wizard Tower's records shouldn't be wrong. First sneaking into the Wizard Tower as a human, then turning himself into a vampire spawn. Could it be that these undead creatures have designs on the Wizard Tower?" André inferred a hair-raising conclusion from the clues. It was common knowledge that vampires were one of the few undead creatures that could retain their intelligence, memories, and professional rank. Their lifespans were extremely long, and even elves and giant dragons had to concede defeat to them. If they wanted to seize control of the Wizard Tower, they could use certain methods to plant a spy in it. With the passage of time, at least 2 generations of human wizards would die in a short 200 to 300 years. On the other hand, the undead could maintain their long lifespans, and could even become stronger. When the successor's strength was insufficient, they could immediately start a rebellion and seize the core control of the Wizard Tower to achieve their own unspeakable goals. Chapter 735. In fact, the undead had too many advantages over the living, especially their near-eternal life. They could use a few hundred years to slowly complete a huge and complicated plan. Many people wouldn't even notice their existence. It was obvious that this vampire who had yet to reveal himself, as well as Cecil, who had been turned into a derivative, had this idea in mind. It had to be said that their method of action was very secretive. They were just a little unlucky. If not for Casimir Kiz, they wouldn't have been discovered by André at all. Angus didn't express his opinion. He only handed over the 2 pieces of parchment paper in his hand and said with an ominous glint in his eyes, "I don't know if they have designs on the Wizard Tower, but the location has been recorded. According to my deduction, it should be in the deepest part of the underground tomb, at least 400 meters above the surface. It won't be easy to sneak in. Traps have been set up in every passage. Countless corpses have been turned into skeletons and ghouls. Moreover, the negative energy is too dense, making it impossible to use teleportation or summon the power of the Wizard Tower to attack. Also, according to the images sent back by the magical eye, I found a strange energy circulating at the bottom. Under the observation of arcane vision, it appeared to be an extremely evil dark red. I personally believe that there is more than one vampire in Cecil's group, but an entire tribe. In the eyes of the bald wizard, since the other party's true identity had been exposed, there was no point in discussing the reason. It was better to focus on how to deal with it. After all, the combination of a vampire and a wizard wasn't easy to deal with, especially in the underground, where many powerful evocation spells couldn't be used. It would be very difficult to completely destroy the other party. An entire tribe? The corners of André's mouth rose slightly, and a cold smile appeared on his face. So what if it's an entire tribe? From their cautious and secretive way of doing things, it can be seen that they aren't strong at all. Otherwise, why would they resort to such schemes? Perhaps what you say makes sense, but as long as they hide underground, we really don't have any good methods. Sneaking in is definitely impossible. The low-level skeletons and ghouls everywhere will immediately go berserk once they smell the scent of the living. As for attacking, I don't think the Magus Tower can do that with its current power. Angus shook his head in a resigned manner. To be honest, as a 9th-level mage, he was not afraid of clashing head-on with vampires. But unfortunately, fighting on the surface was one thing, and entering the underground, where negative energy was abundant, was another. According to the book Energy and Life, most life existed in the form of positive energy. The so-called positive energy was like the sun, light, heat, and so on. The healing spells of the divine arts also relied on positive energy to heal wounds. It could be said that as long as a person was surrounded by positive energy, even if they were chopped into pieces, they could be pieced back together in an instant. Since the opposite of positive energy was negative energy, it was somewhat similar to the black holes in the universe. Generally speaking, when a life form died, it would more or less have an impact on the world it was in. This impact would be magnified several times, or even dozens of times, depending on the strength of the consciousness before death. Some of the souls with strong feelings, such as hatred, regret, and anger, might resonate with the plane of negative energy and form a terrifying vortex deep inside their souls. This vortex would constantly absorb the surrounding light and heat, and at the same time produce an extremely strong desire. It could only be slightly alleviated through killing. Therefore, wherever undead creatures appeared, it would often become very cold, especially low-level undead creatures. As soon as they saw living beings, they would rush up and bite them like crazy. There was no reason to speak of at all. The root cause of this was the void formed in their souls. To sum up, an undead creature, even if it was an undead like a vampire, was nothing to a spellcaster. But if they were gathered together, the void in their souls would form a terrifying chain effect. The land would become barren, the plants would wither and distort, and living beings would start to burn their vitality if they stayed in the area for too long, eventually leading to aging and death. It should be known that even priests and paladins who had mastered the means to disperse undead creatures on a large scale would not easily go near areas where negative energy gathered. This was because in these places, the power of the undead would be strengthened. They would have greater strength, faster speed, and higher intelligence. Most importantly, the negative energy scattered in the air, soil, and water could heal undead creatures. No matter how serious the injuries, as long as they were not destroyed on the spot, they would be able to recover to their original state after a period of rest. Just think about it. If one went through untold hardships to clear out an expanse of tombs occupied by undead creatures, and one was completely exhausted. When one intended to turn around and return to the surface, one suddenly noticed that one's path of retreat had actually been blocked off. What sort of despair and pain would that be? Angus did not want to experience such a scene at all. Moreover, as a curse mage, he had long since rejected the most destructive evocation spells. He was seriously lacking in arcane spells of mass destruction. Seeing the bald mage's cautious gaze, Andre laughed nonchalantly. "Haha, who told you that we can't do this with our strength? You seem to have forgotten where the power of a mage comes from. It's not gorgeous and terrifying spells, nor is it a mountain of wealth. It's wisdom, a smart brain. We can totally summon some cheap cannon fodder through the summoning of the Mage Tower and clear out the entire underground tomb. After all, to the undead, the most terrifying things are sunlight and fire. I think it shouldn't be too difficult to open a large teleportation gate to the fire elemental plane, right? Open a teleportation gate to the fire elemental plane? You're crazy." Angus opened his eyes wide, completely unable to believe that these words came out of the mouth of a mage. As everyone knew, fire elementals had always been known for being passionate, irritable, and difficult to control. Apart from a few great druids who could get along well with the elements, even mages could not control too much at once. If a teleportation gate to the fire elemental plane was opened, the most likely outcome would be the irritable fire elementals rushing out from within. They would first roast the summoner into charcoal, and then recklessly burn everything that could be burned. In just a few hours, a city and its residents would be completely turned into ashes. Don't think that this is a joke. Similar things have happened many times in the Oleal continent, and there are more than 30 recorded cases. Chapter 736. Ha 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 ha. Crazy? No, I'm not crazy. Andre laughed and shook his head. You don't understand. Maybe for an ordinary mage, controlling a large amount of violent fire elements is a very difficult thing, but for me it's as simple as eating and drinking. After saying that, he stretched out his right hand and turned it into the form of fire element. In the blink of an eye, his fair skin turned black and cracked like boiling lava. Bright flames spurted out from the cracks, and the high temperature caused a large amount of air to rise in the surrounding air. Even though he was several meters away, he could still feel the heat wave hitting his face. As an intermediate teacher from the Magic Kingdom, Gorls, Angus was not a country mage who had not seen the world. He immediately recognized the unique form of the descendant of fire element. His eyes widened in surprise, and he asked in an incredulous tone, You have the bloodline of fire elements? That's right. Not only do I have the bloodline of fire elements, but I also have a special surname, Blanchflower. I believe you should know what it means. Andre's lips curled up slightly, and he replied meaningfully. In fact, ever since he obtained the recognition of Isoldezer, he had been thinking about finding an appropriate time to announce it to the public. This would deter the enemies hiding in the dark, and at the same time, make those powerful organizations or individuals afraid. After all, this Prince of Fire Elements was keen on spreading his fame in the material world through destruction, burning, and other means. Therefore, many kingdoms and organizations avoided him like a snake or scorpion, for fear of accidentally causing a terrible disaster. Coupled with the glorious achievements of the Flaming Duke of the past generations, anyone who wanted to scheme against him had to think carefully about the consequences. With the awakening of the arcane eye, Andre had a premonition that a huge and dangerous storm was rapidly forming, and he was right in the eye of the storm. The slightest carelessness would cause him to be smashed into pieces. Whether it was the lich that represented the remnants of the ancient magic civilization, or the gods that destroyed the magic civilization in the ancient stories, they were not something he could deal with his current strength. Therefore, it was necessary to find a backer for himself. As the successor of the Flaming Duke, what reason did he have not to hug the thick and strong thigh of Isoldezer? Blanchflower? The fire elemental family that disappeared in the river of history? Shock and fear flashed through Angus's eyes in a split second, and his 2 feet uncontrollably took a few steps back. He could not be blamed for making a fuss. In the stories of the bards, the Duke of Raging Flame had long been a monster comparable to the evil giant dragon. He could easily burn an entire city to ashes, especially the terrifying dark blue flames in the legends. Ordinary defensive fire spells would not be able to protect him at all. Gently stirring the flames on his arm, Andre nodded nonchalantly. That's right. To be exact, the full name should be the Blanchflower family blessed by the flames, and I happen to be the 20th Flaming Duke. Now, do you still think I'm crazy? So, you've mastered that terrifying blue flame? Angus subconsciously swallowed, his voice trembling slightly. Yes, in fact, I used it when I was fighting with Isidore. You happened to be unconscious at that time, so you didn't see it. Saying this, Andre shook his wrist, and the originally orange-red flame instantly turned dark blue. The energy contained within it made people tremble from the bottom of their hearts. This was because this was not any kind of chemical reaction or physical phenomenon that was known on Earth. It was an aggregation of some unknown high-energy particles. Although its temperature was not as high as the instantaneous temperature produced by nuclear fusion, it still reached a terrifying temperature of more than 5,000 degrees Celsius. What was even more frightening was that it did not require air or fuel in the process of burning. Even in water, vacuum, and other environments, it could still continue to burn the target. The only nutrient it needed to consume was anger. Since recovering his power as a mage, Andrei had done many tests on the blue flame, and found that with his current spellcasting level, he could not decipher its mysteries at all. Of course, if there were some advanced equipment on Earth, such as electron microscopes, spectroscopy instruments, particle collisions, and so on, he would not mind using scientific methods to try. Unfortunately, if he wanted to create these things in Aurire, the difficulty was absolutely no less than using the power of a level 9 mage to kill a god. Staring at the dancing blue flame, Angus was so excited that he could not control himself. Several times, he wanted to reach out his left hand to feel the scorching heat, but before he could touch it, his skin began to tingle. After trying more than 10 times, he regretfully withdrew his left hand and bowed deeply with a very respectful attitude. "I'm very sorry, Your Excellency, please forgive my offense just now." Perhaps for ordinary mages, controlling a large group of fire elementals may be difficult, but for you it's as easy as eating and drinking. According to the records in the books, every direct member of the Flaming Duke who has awakened the talent has the ability to make low-level fire elementals obey absolutely. And as Isidore's chosen in the material world, the Flaming Duke can even control the Prince of Fire Elementals. Please rest assured, I'll arrange for people to start building a portal to the Fire Elemental plane. I believe that with your power, even if there are 100 vampires in the catacombs, it won't be of any help. Andrei was very satisfied with the reverence and fanaticism in the bald mage's eyes at this moment. He smiled and said, "Very good, I accept your apology. Now go and arrange for people. I want to see the portal erected at the entrance of the catacombs within 3 days. Remember, keep an eye on them for 24 hours. As soon as you find any signs of them appearing, immediately use spells to beat them back." "Understood. Perhaps I don't have a good way to fight them underground, but if they dare to come to the surface, I'll definitely teach them a lesson that will leave a deep impression." After saying that, a hideous smile appeared on Angus's head, which was covered with magic tattoos. In his view, with Andrei, the Flaming Duke, in charge, a few vampires would not be able to do anything at all. Not to mention vampires, even if the Lich, who stood at the top of the pyramid of the undead, came, he would not necessarily be able to gain any advantage. After all, according to the records in the books, except for a few super methods such as Divine Shield and Legendary Protective Magic, there was no normal way to defend against this blue flame that was nourished by anger. The only outcome was to burn one's soul to ashes. Chapter 737. Aurire was a world where power reigned supreme. In this world, as long as one displayed great power, one would naturally gain many admirers and followers. Some of them agreed with the idea of the strong, some simply worshipped the strong, and some desired to rely on the strong to obtain money, wealth, status, and protection. In the long river of history, many founders of countries, organizations, and families relied on constantly showing their strong side to attract talents to join them. Then they slowly developed and achieved great things. Without a doubt, Angus now had a similar inclination because as a mage who pursued the truth, he could not resist the temptation of the Flame of Wrath, and could not wait to start studying the secrets hidden in it. Andrei once studied psychology for a period of time out of interest, so he easily noticed the change in Angus. However, in order to firmly grasp the initiative, he did not show any excitement. He only calmly ordered, "All right, go and prepare. You can use the materials in the warehouse. Also, tomorrow morning, send an apprentice to the teleportation point outside the Mage Tower to receive the visitors." "Understood, I will arrange everything." Angus was very tactful. He did not ask who the visitors were and what their purpose was. He was very clear that in order to win a person's trust, the first thing he had to do was to keep his mouth shut and do things properly. Otherwise, no matter how strong he was, he would never be able to become a true confidant. Watching the bald mage leave the central control room, Andre's face quickly showed an unconcealable excitement. He muttered to himself, "Interesting. The way the people in this world think is really interesting. Is it the legacy of primitive worship? Or is it the result of the interference of the gods? No wonder after tens of thousands of years of development, it is still the backward Middle Ages. Oh no, the southern coast is almost at the level of the first Renaissance, but there is no progress in the development of productivity. What a perfect balance! Good and evil, order and chaos, productivity and production relations. It seems that all the contradictions are fixed in some kind of framework. Even the thoughts of most people are like this. Obviously, from the perspective of the 21st century on Earth, everything in Oriar was full of strangeness. It was hard to imagine that in the thousands of years after the human entered the feudal society, there was almost no real class conflict on this land. Whether it was the theocracy, the royalty, or the civilians and slaves who were cruelly exploited at the bottom, they all seemed to be acting according to fixed rules. They minded their own business. There had never been a case where the churches of the gods had seized the right to rule the world, nor had any kingdom eradicated the belief of the gods. Even when the ancient magic civilization was at its most prosperous, the priests could still preach everywhere, although the mages at that time did not care at all. As for the civilians and slaves, even if they starved to death, they never rose up and overthrew the existing ruling class like in the history of Earth. At most, they would snatch some food when they lost their minds and create one or two terrifying riots. Then, it wouldn't be long before the nobles could take back the ruling power without shedding a drop of blood. Balance. A perfect balance. As his horizons broadened and he learned more about the world, Andre could feel the omnipresent balance and restrictions. But unfortunately, with his current strength, he was unable to uncover the hidden truth behind it. After letting his thoughts wander for a few minutes, Andre helplessly shook his head and walked straight to the workbench. He began to copy the spells that he had not used today into scrolls and stored them away. Then, he stood in front of the mirror and observed the changes in his left eye. After confirming that there was no danger for the time being, he took off his coat and lay down on the bed to silently organize the books stored in his head. It had to be said that this was a spellcasters' organization that had split from the Magic Association of Lincoln City. Although they did not cultivate a powerful mage like President Boris, their knowledge reserves were quite comprehensive. There were even a few lost magic techniques. If he brought them back to the association, he would definitely gain a lot of benefit. Just as Andre was unable to extricate himself from the sea of knowledge, far away at the bottom of the catacombs in the uptown area, a fierce quarrel was in progress. Explain. I need an explanation. A pale man dressed in black roared in a low voice, gnashing his teeth. He was obviously enraged. His scarlet eyes released two rays of cold light that were as sharp as knives. Cecil, who was standing in front of him, was not frightened at all. He sneered and retorted, Explanation? What do I have to explain? Your infiltration plan was obviously full of loopholes. It's not like you didn't hear what I said just now. Gerald Jenkinson had discovered the loopholes from the very beginning. I haven't even started to scold him, and you actually want to accuse him first? No. There was no problem with my plan. It was you. It must have been your inferior performance that aroused his suspicion. The man seemed to be enraged, waving his fists as he roared loudly. My performance was inferior? Your laughable plan was the real inferior one. From the very beginning, I had warned you not to turn me into a vampire too early, but you didn't listen. In order to better control the situation, you actually turned me into a vampire after joining the Magic Tower for less than 3 months. If this isn't an idiot, then what is? After becoming an undead, I can't eat human food, I can't go near areas that are rich in positive energy, and I can't be exposed to sunlight. Think about it, a person who never eats in public, never receives treatment, and never enters or exits the Magic Tower during the day. How could it not arouse suspicion? Gerald Jenkinson is not an ordinary mage. He is one of the most cautious and observant people I have ever met. Instead of trying to shirk responsibility, why don't you use your shit-filled brain to think of a solution? After saying this, a mocking sneer appeared on Cecil's face. The pale-faced man was choked by a series of reasonable rebuttals, unable to say a word for a long time. In the end, he clenched his fists in anger and threatened loudly, "Good! Very good. You can save these words for the leader when he comes back. Let's see if he will believe you or me." Cecil shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Whatever. Anyway, the leader is a smart person. He will understand who is more trustworthy between the two of us. Also, let me kindly remind you, don't go out for a period of time. Otherwise, you will immediately be attacked by the magic tower. With your current recovery ability, you will be burnt to a crisp in an instant.